This whole thing is broken. Well, Colin, I hope you're good as always. Happy Monday. I think it is a Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. The usual thing. But yeah, we have some good news, we have some bad news, and we have some news. That's the usual. Nothing has really changed. We always have three types of news. The bad news is fine. Don't worry about it. The good news is pretty good, if I do say so myself. And the news is news. So, that's that's a good addition, a good thing. We have some things related to ban, we have something related to health, and we have some things related to the other apps. So we'll see all of that in a second. But so far, we are pretty good. The most important one is going to be health related, I guess. But that's my fault. So that's why it's bad news, but it's okay. Like I'll live for once. The current situation is the C4 from this morning was not necessarily the good idea. Blood pressure is at 14.8, which is high compared to what it's supposed to be. So, yeah, that's my fault. That is my fault entirely. No questions asked. It's on me. I made a mistake. This was a bad move from myself. But that's the only bad news we have. The other news are pretty cool. We have some changes on Can that I'm working on, which are pretty good. So I'm working on the quiz section to be a bit more performant than what it is. I have added some systems that don't break. I know they were breaking before, and now they are fixed. I mean, I still need to send that to Apple, but that's a pretty good thing. The system that was happening was if you were starting a quiz and for some reason you didn't make any mistakes, which is good, you were sent back to the beginning of the quiz. And there was no real reason for that. So now that's fixed, which is pretty good. The other thing is if you were making a mistake as your first questions, like first question you make a mistake, it was resetting the quiz as well, as if nothing happened, but you still lost alive. So that is fixed now. And the system for handwriting or handwritten questions sometimes was taking the explanation in the options as something that contains Japanese, which it did, but was writing it in full Japanese handwritten fonts rather than using the system font. So that's changed and fixed, which is good. The other thing on Perfume is also that and then I was talking about Stony High. We're coming in. How's the day going? The other thing on Perfume is I sent the update to Apple on Saturday evening or Sunday morning. I forgot. Nonetheless, it's got approved, so now everyone has the latest version, which I'm extremely scared of. Very scared of what I did, but I sent it because I forgot what I had made, and I just sent the thing. So we'll see. Maybe everyone's app is gonna die, and I'm gonna need to refund some people. I doubt it, but we never know. With me, we never know. So that's where we are. But that has been sent. We'll see if there are some analytics in 2 days because Apple Analytics is like delayed by 2 days. So that's a good news. It contains all the things that we talked about with the resting a perfume, rechecking some of the feedbacks that I have received on TikTok from some people that sent me DMs that are highly appreciated as always, and ensuring that now you have the animation of spray when you're spraying a new perfume on you in the beginning of the day. So that's overall really good. The crashes that we had have been fixed, I think, or at least the fixes that I have implemented are showing me that it's not crashing anymore. So we'll see if that's the case. But yeah, that's the overall thing. That is the overall thing. The important ones I would say is I have shared the calculator on um, Twitter and Threads. Threads has no traction whatsoever. Twitter had some traction, but still not good. And we are currently at, we are closing in on our first 100 users. So that's cool. That is good news. I'm guessing in this week we will probably pass the 100 users um, threshold. So that's a good news nonetheless. As always, these are signed in users. Doesn't mean that they are active users and paying users. So these don't count toward the staircase. The only one that counts are these ones. Um, but that's yeah, that's the thing. It's pretty nice. But the staircase in terms of the pricing and everything is here. It's working based on your feedback, Stony, specifically. I changed some of the fonts to be a bit bigger, but not too much because it's still like it's a very dense information system, and we need to showcase everything. There are still things that makes absolutely no sense in the calculations, so I will probably have to reorganize some of that at some point, as in right here, for example, this is a 412K per month. Like this table is the revenue per month. So it's making me 412K per month, to which 38Ks are the fees per month and 25Ks are the taxes on top of that. So there is like a roughly 50K to 100K that are taking off of this. But then the net is just 100K, which means that something's missing um, in that calculation. So I need to figure that out. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Technically speaking, you should be able to see the landing page in dark mode now. I think I have made the fix. If you just reload the page, if you go in the editor and you are currently in free tier, and then you just go back to the home page, it should revert to system. And um, if your brain, if your system is in dark mode, you should see the thing. But it's not like cookie related. It's the user default. I mean, it is technically user default to the cookie related cache thing. But yeah, you basically need to go from the editor to the landing page to reset the thing to system. Yeah, I know. I know. But I decided to send it with the case studies, by the way. Wasn't planning on, but I did. So this case study has been this case study card has been updated and now is available for everyone to use. So it's a cute addition. I need to fix this big ass shift when it comes to the zoom in, but that's a good starting point. And then for today specifically, I have enabled the Last.fm scrollball things so that now you know exactly what is currently playing within Apple Music, which means that since we have the scrollball, I will probably be able to add a stream overlay based on the scrollball thing to get the information right away using Last.fm as the base, so that you could have on stream a bit of something. We will see. We will see. So nonetheless, I would say this is the important part. That section is now supposed to be using your system theme instead of not. So yeah, still not a dev. That doesn't change. So that is news for bands specifically, and then today's news, um, not here. Today's news is here, where I have worked on a ton, and I don't mean that lightly, of the component section. Uh, so let me show you what's new. It's still not released, but let me show you what's new. We now have this section, which I think is really useful and is gonna be really useful in the long term. Um, I have reorganized the uh, inspector slash navigation tools right here. So let me see if I just zoom in a bit. That's gonna be broken. um, you have either the thing is like non-required, required, or text required, and then you can change the text. Maybe you have an icon with some information related to it, and maybe this entire thing is disabled. All of that makes a lot more sense. I introduced something that is conditional based. So if something is not visible, there is no need for me to pollute that section. So that's a simple thing. And then here, the anatomy section, I made sure that I give you exactly the correct label, the correct variable that I'm using currently to achieve this. And then on hover, you get exactly what is related to the element in question. So that's a very useful and very simple thing. But then when you go on something that is a bit more complex, as in the input, um, in there, you can see that my label right here is a link. So you can then just go into the label because you want it to see exactly how it's built. So if the designer or the dev send you the finished product right away, and you're like, how the fuck do I implement the helper button thing on the bottom? And then you go to the component itself, and then you have the accessibility of how is this thing built. So that's, at least for me, or from my point of view, this is a very useful behavior. There are still things in there that just don't make a lot of sense, but they will in the long term. Most of these things are working as expected. So we have like a ton of teeny tiny display thing. This is inspired by the specs plugin from Figma, because it makes sense. Some of these make no sense, like the container wrapper. It's not necessarily good most of the times. And for some specific element like the badge, the container wrapper are within the bounds instead of being outside off. So that's a bit of a debatable point, and I don't know exactly if I need to paste the focus rings that I'm using above everything or outside of the container, or if it's something that is specifically related to the badge itself that is kind of wrong. So that's a thing. But nonetheless, it's a very, very simple, um, very simple system. I think it works. I think it makes sense. Some of them makes no sense. Like we were working on this one last week, and we have all of these here, including the badge group, which I think should be their own pages, but we'll see when that happens, if that happens. Nonetheless, that's I mainly worked on this section because that makes a lot more sense to me. So a lot of these things are very basic, and I, don't have much to explain. It's just like, well, we have the container itself and then the circle in the center. Um, some of them are a lot more complex than others, like the input or the text area that have like a lot more content. But yeah, it's fine. It's working. Um, so we'll see. But that was a lot of work. Still not a dev, that doesn't change. But yeah, that's the conditional thing was pretty useful. nonetheless. And then the relationship as well was pretty interesting to make sure that if we are using one of the things, like you have a label, um, therefore the label has all of the sub variations in here to get the proper output. The last point, the last thing that I want to do, after, I mean, not the last thing, the next thing that I want to do after this is this section right here. I basically want to make sure that everything in the setup right there is basically reflected in the code snippets. So if you decide to set it up properly in here, you simply have like one click on copy code and then just paste it and then you're good. I think that's going to be useful. You know, I don't know. You're a dev. I'm not. You tell me. But yeah, I think that's going to be pretty useful at the end of the day, um, to get the thing built in one click on your end. But yeah, that's the work so far. Made sure as well to use the components themselves inside of the inspector. I'm still not using them here for some reason. I will need to, but this is still the top level navigation things. Uh, yeah, I know. Um, Also, one of the things that kind of was fun for me, and that's a bit of a weird thing where I it's it's not great for my ego. I'm not gonna lie on this one. Not a great thing for my ego at all. Um, but I I think of things that needs to be implemented in here that should be thought by the dev, aka the AI that I'm using in that department. For example, today we were working together on this section, and Claude by default was simply hard coding everything in every single pages. So the anatomy section was always something that is uh, specific to the select, specific to the checkbox, specific to the radio button, and that made no sense in my head. Still not a dev. I mean, for me, that's not like a dev mindset. It's mostly like a designer mindset, but whatever. And it's just, it makes no sense to duplicate the exact same thing over and over again. I think I talked about it um, on Friday or on Wednesday, where we had the index.html in each of the components, and I was like, well, we should have a builder for the index of the page at the top level because that's my component, not dev. That's my component for the preview, and then for the anatomy because it's part of the viewer, the component viewer, or the viewer component. Then it should be automated and basically rendered on demand based on what component is displayed. That way we don't have to like hard code so much stuff. And to me, that's where I think like a dev on this one. I agree. That goes against the dry principle of don't repeat yourself, where we were basically repeating ourselves for the anatomy section, but there was so much changes and differences based on component from components that it wasn't necessarily dry. So that I get it, but then again, still, um, it feels better to just have something that is generated on demand rather than not. So that's it's a fun stuff for me to think about. Anyways, so that's a lot of work on this, which is pretty good. So I'm going section by section. I think I'm done with the anatomy section, unless it is sometimes better to have something that is a bit slimmer. Maybe I can have something else on the side, but it feels not really impactful. So I'm probably gonna reorder some stuff like the previews for everything, like the all the options, all the variations. These are supposed to be contained and presented here. So if you know exactly what you are looking for, then it's supposed to be there. So that's the thing. I don't see there. um, hmm, that's interesting. That's not supposed to happen like this. Nonetheless, it's cool. It's neat. Um, yeah, these labels are supposed to go somewhere else. Somewhere else. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there are things that are not used. Like, for example, these sliders are supposed to use that slider instead, and that's not the case. So we need to figure it out. Nonetheless, it's pretty cool. It's so far I think I'm pretty happy with most of the things. They are working as intended, and the only issues that I find most of the times is going to be we have defined the tokens, the design tokens, and the variables that are supposed to be used for everything. And then when we implement a new components, it's not using any of the fucking tokens, nor is it using any of the existing components. So, like in the beginning, uh, that checkbox, that avatar were not the components that we've made in the first place. And each of the icons that are used were just Lucid icons and not our icons. So it doesn't make any sense. that's that's not something that's supposed to happen. So yeah, I don't really understand why that is the case, but that is the case. So at some point I'll figure it out. Right now, I haven't. I haven't. Nonetheless. So I think that's a good progress so far. As mentioned, we have the label is done, helper is done, button is done, inputs are done. Text area is the same as the input and the select as well. The select has a bit of an issue with the opening panel because it's using the native opening panel, but then the actual panels that is coded is this one. So it's supposed to be a bit different, but it doesn't work. So I need to fix that. Checkbox are done, radio, switch, and toggles are done as well with proper anatomy. The sliders are kind of breaking, so that's just select and sliders so far. The segment control is a new thing. File upload is working. Date picker is working as well. Then the avatar is not exactly what we had, but we need like images for these to work. So that's for later. Badges, tags, and cards are good. Divider are good. Tooltip are good. I think the skeleton is something that I haven't planned, but now we have them. So, good thing. Empty states is not that empty, but it works as well. The table is not done. The matrix is done. Notifications are done as well. Progress as well. Spinners is a different spinner than what we had in mind in the beginning, but it's still working and I'm fine with it. So I guess we can work with it for now. Model is to be made, chat as well, and then tabs, breadcrumb is done. Pagination needs to be worked on. The dropdown is not done yet. And then navigation is done and control K is not done. So we overall have I would say 80%, 75 to 80% of the components that are done and working. Um, and then when I do the last 20% that needs to go through everything to just basically match what we have in Figma and what we have in code, I can then tackle one of the most important part of this library thing, which is going to be ensuring that each of these components are accessible and keyboard navigatable, keyboard controllable. I don't know. So they are pretty good. Like so far, they are like things that, you know, make sense and already kind of works, but it's not exactly as we want them to be. I've done the trick that I talked about in the past, which is this thing, which is the outline with an offset instead of using the shadow trick or the borders. Talked about that with Denny last week, but that's on every single one of our selection section. So that's good. That's useful. That's working. But yeah, that's so far it's pretty nice. It's working. Some of the icons are not exactly the one that we wanted to have here as presets, but we have a good base. So, you know, good progress so far. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. And then that is absolutely exactly what we wanted to have. That's the regular CSS is my passion situation where everything is fine. So yeah. There are something that I'm also noticing when it comes to transferring the information. The button groups was supposed to be a dedicated page, or at least it is a dedicated page in the button section. But for some reason, when we build it, it was a linked page rather than anything else. So that's an I don't know. I will either have to split it and put it into its own page, like I said, for the badges and badges groups. That might make a lot of sense because we already have the badges and the tags as two splitted elements. But same thing here for the buttons and buttons groups, that they might benefit from that. The other thing that is debatable is that the button groups and the I think it's going to be my navigation system or my tabs, whichever. I think tabs is a probable potential similarity, and it could be considered as the same thing, but I don't know exactly if it's simply going to be the same elements displayed differently, or if it's going to be something like a very much new component. So, you know, making progress nonetheless is, I would say, the most important thing. So we are good. We are making good progress. It's going faster than expected, though. So that's good news for everyone, I guess. Morning to you too. How are you, Kat? How's the day going? How's the morning going? Also, you just reached the badge, which is the pink badge. That's an interesting thing. I just saw the fucking cursor come in. I know, otherwise you wouldn't have said good morning. So yeah, so that's I think that's where we are so far on the components. Kind of worked a bit on the effect sections and ensured that the elevations were matching my elevations in Figma. Same thing for the light mode to make sure that we have all of our elevation properly made. The backdrop blurs are still not done. My bad. But you know, it's a pretty good thing. This one is a bit of a funny thing to me because in the previous version, it was not using, again, from what I said earlier, it was not using the variable. So I had a variable of container access, that was supposed to be 320, but the displayed bar was like 100 pixel. And that made no sense. And so even here, this one at 1280 is supposed to be taller and wider than this, but because the window has some sort of a max width situation, even here, when it's full width, it's not the right size. So it's it I don't understand. Do I care? No. But still, that's kind of a wild thing. Same thing for the scale. The scale was like proper scale, but then the values there made no sense. But we do have the exact same thing that we have for the icons. And when you click on something, you get your proper variable that is used and copy pasted into your clipboards. So that's a very useful thing. Same thing for every element in this thing, so that you can just copy paste the variable and get it in your code base. I'm thinking about you, devs. But you know, it's useful. It makes sense. These toasts are not necessarily the best option, but for now, that's where we are. But yeah, that's gonna work. That's gonna work. So I guess overall good progress. That's the thing. Overall, good progress. And that's roughly it. I haven't worked on anything else when it comes to websites. Am I lying? Kinda. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I have worked on something else, but you don't know about it yet. So, overall, I feel like that's a good 90%, 80% done. But then again, I need to reiterate on this one. It's 90% done on the Tailwind style implementation. On the front end, nothing is done on the actual npm package and px package that I think should be really useful, because I don't fucking know how to do that. So when I figure out exactly how, that needs to happen, then we should be good. Why is that not working? Interesting. So yeah, good stuff nonetheless. But yeah, Stony, is the landing page still not light mode for you? Dark mode, light mode, based on your system? I'm really... Like, it needs to. But maybe you need to do something about it. Yeah. Damn. I don't know if I can show you that. So let me check for 1 second. That's not the thing that I wanted to check. If I go there, let me see. I have done that on my resume directly, and that, I don't showcase the paper itself, but I write that I have taken these things, and if it is asked of me, I will produce the things. Codrin, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, so you know, it doesn't necessarily need to like um have the paper entirely. You might just need to say, well, I have these skills, and that's the thing, which is the values. And then best if, obviously, best if you have and need the the paper itself, like so that you can showcase it. But if you just say that you have done it, people are like most of the time going to be okay with just saying, okay, so that you have the certifications and that's it. But yeah, if they ask for it, you do need the paper anyways to produce proof. Other than that, eh, eh. um, yes, most of these. So Solo Learn is on the internet, so that's at home made. The introduction to machine learning that I've done was from Coursera. Same thing for the foundation of user experience and the foundation of project management were all in Coursera. So all of that is just from here, and that's it. So you get the entirety of what you want to have right about here, like for that one specifically. Um, and as I mentioned before, the like the product management professional certificate that they have is the one that I have is the first segment, that is the free segment, the only section that is free, that is supposed to take you 4 weeks to complete, and uh, you have 7 days for free or something in your enrollment and whatever. I did all of my Coursera things in 2 days. So this thing that is supposed to take me 4 weeks, I just powered through in 3.5 hours because it is skills that I have, and therefore it is so easy because the format is like a multiple choice questions. So that easy. Um, and then you have the paper, you know. So maybe do that. It takes you like maybe 3 days to power through the entire thing if you want to be a bit less hardcore for the thing, but it's working. And it goes like it is doable within the free window, at least from me. So yeah. Um, you said something that I missed. Uh, yeah, so the cat for your last message, which I know that this is something people have been recommending, the I edit skills and the description of every of your jobs that you are applying for so that they uh like match and so on. Based on the TikTok content that I'm seeing about finding a jobs, which again I don't care, but you do. um a lot of the recruiters are like, the tailoring for the job is not um, a positive point anymore. It's still good to do, but it's not a positive point anymore because now they all know that you just drop your CV in ChatGPT and it spit out something that is like tailored to the job description. So, eh, uh, there's that. The recommendations right now, but also the recommendation that I have are mostly US based. So, as always, take that with a grain of salt based on where we are located. Um, it's just, Um, I think the best format right now, and then again, take my advices on this uh, very lightly. Like it's me not looking for a job, but still having job application recommendations. So yeah, as we say, coach don't play, but still, my recommendation is uh, create one resume per job types that you want to have, and that's it. So if you have a project management thing, just do that. If you have a designer position, just do that. If you have a marketing position, just do that. And then just use the one that is the most appropriate for the job that you're applying for, not necessarily having to rephrase, reformat, rewrite your entire CV and resume every time you want to apply to a new position. So that's for me, that's my recommendation. I have like one for staff level product designer, I have one for product designer, and I have one for um, design engineer now because I have some of the dev skills, kinda. But that's it. Like I don't care anymore. That's the important part as well. But it's just it's way faster for me to just then go on LinkedIn or whatever platform I'm using, and like that's my platform of choice because Japan, obviously. So I'm just in there and I'm looking for things, and I'm like, well, I am either like a senior position, but then the senior position are mostly for devs, or I'm like in design or product, and that's about it. So, you know, um, mm, again, the job market right now is shit for everyone. As I said, the boyfriend of my uh, baker, I guess, staff bakery person, is unemployed, has been trying to find a job, and he is in sales and business. Like he has an MBA and so on, and that makes no sense. Every companies that I've know of are always looking for more salespeople that have the skills, and he does. So the fact that he cannot find a job right now is uh, is a crazy move. It's it's a crazy move. I yeah. So with that in mind, you know, it's important to remember. But then again, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I've seen these positions, and it's kind of wild because like that position here, the one that we have there as well, is one that I have applied in 2024, and it's the exact same. So I'm gonna check that. Um, so that's a bit of a, you know, weird thing for me to just see all of that. But no, I don't. But also, I don't care. So that's the fun part. That's the benefit that I have. I don't. I would love to have a job. It would be a very good thing for me to get like some stable income and so on. But I don't need the stable income and so on. I can die tomorrow and be fine with it. So that's a bit of a huge advantage that I have compared to most people. Um, I don't have an employment. I don't. Yeah, no. The thing that I'm getting doesn't count in my views. Um, so I have money. I have saved for 15 years, basically. So my savings are stacked. and I'm fine with it. I mean, they are less stacked than before, um, but I don't pay rent because it's my place, and I have saved for 15 years. Um, so yeah, if I had to pay rent, I would have a job. Like I wouldn't have a choice, basically. But I don't, so I have a choice, which is useful. Um, you know, I kinda the fact that I have the Mac, the lights, the cameras, the PC, and everything uh, is is pumping a lot of electrics, to be honest. As in, I am paying 160 to $200 per month in electric, which is way higher than regular people in Paris, in my districts, and so on, where they are usually getting um, everything for like 60 to $80 per month. So it's a lot higher. But yeah. Yeah, that's cute. That is cute. I still dislike this refresh section, but I get it, I guess. That thing pissed me off. Um, I need to record I need to record my screen so that we have something um that I can just follow through. That is probably gonna break the stream. I'm telling you that now, but also that is gonna break. So let's wait. Let's wait for this to just load. And I'm gonna do two different things. Okay, cool. um eh. I feel like if I use the dev tool, I'm gonna see things that are not supposed to be seen. So, you know, the usual. Where you at? We just recorded you right there. So, if we go there, so we have that flash, which I don't like, but that's fine. And then we move on to image fully loaded at once. No, what I mean is that if I put the animation at 25%, it will slow down the animation. And what I'm looking at right now is the full speed animation to see exactly when things are popping off, rather than slowing them down to see how they are appearing. I know it sounds the same, but it's not exactly the same. Everything is good. I'm not gonna lie, your transitions are good. The only thing that I'm like unsure about is this. That frame, basically, like from one frame to the other, having the image show up instead of having a fade for the background image, is the only thing that is bothering me. The rest is great. And then you have all of the animations in order where it needs to be and so on. That makes a lot of sense. The second one that I clicked on was another one that we didn't have preloaded. So same thing. It's supposed to go blank page for a split second, but then it just loaded the image immediately, which is kind of jarring for me. But then everything is good. And I like this, the fact that the logo is appearing a bit later than when it does on the Spider-Man one. I feel like this is a bit better, but you know, that's great. Oh yeah, that's the reason. Good job on that. Um, and also can't, yes, have a good power through. Uh, yeah, no, this is great. As said, I mean, that was the plan in the first place when I said it would be interesting to have like staggers. Um, and yeah, like that is great. I'm guessing, as well as what we had before, the initial transition that I don't like, which is like going from full screen to sidebar, based on the fact that we are navigating from the homepage, um, is probably not happening if I'm starting from the library page instead. Uh, like that probably shouldn't happen because it will load exactly here from the get-go, which is fine. But other than that, everything appears where it needs to appear. And it's subtle, it's not much, but everything works. So, good job. Again, I not much to say on this one. It's just it's working, it does its job, and you have everything. Cookie, hi, welcome on in. Uh, because we say fuck a lot. And that is part of the profanity filters that is making you in the 18 plus. That's the reason. But also we talk about porn and sex work and other things. Therefore, I would rather have the disclaimer at the start, you know. And then if someone acts like a child, I can ban them. Because I'm not supposed to have children in this streams. You know. Yeah. It kinda breaks, but it's fine. But it kinda breaks. Um eh. You do have the preload, which is fine, but yeah. I would love some page transition, but I'm not gonna. I am. I'm not gonna complain about it. Not here. I don't know if I have it. Let me see if I do have it in my saved. I think I did. I think I did save it, but I'm not sure now. Obviously, there is a person that has created such a magnificent page transition, and it's just. I'm guessing it's probably on. Oh, I probably didn't do that. It's probably on Twitter. And that's gonna take. That's gonna take a while, to figure out where it is. And also, you have access to this. This is not gated content. It's been a while though. So was it on Twitter? Was it not somewhere else? If only there was a search function on here. If only there was a search function, that would be so useful. You know, if only I knew I wanted to talk about something specific and then saved it into my bookmarks instead of just the likes. I know, I know, I know. um, oh, I feel like it's near here, but then obviously it's not. But it's kind of similar to this one, which I could use as a reference, but it's not the one that I have. I also have a very strong feeling that it's not on Twitter. It's something that I've seen somewhere else. So um, it's fine. Don't worry about tagging other people that are not in the stream. No one knows. You don't have a ping when someone is tagging you from another chat. I think you only have a ping if someone is whispering you, and therefore it's not related to the channel. So um, it's it's interesting. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna find it, am I? Hmm. And I can't really look at the ones that I have in threads for the same reasons. It's probably gonna not be accessible. God damn. Yeah, no, it's older than what? No. I thought for a split second, but no. No, 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 no. I could just go to header profile and be done with it. It would potentially work and potentially be easier and faster. Let's not do that. Let's do that instead. It's gonna be better. That's the wrong thing. So, the people that I'm following, uh, Heather has Portal, and Portal is basically what I'm talking about. In a way, not really, but kinda. This transition. It's not exactly the one that I was talking about, but that type of transition is something that I would think would be a great addition for you, Stony, where you simply click here and then the thing zoom in place. I know it's an easy thing to do in CSS page transition, nonetheless. What? Because it's the same element. It's basically a matched geometry situation, so you should be able to do so. But I understand how not necessarily the easiest thing to do that would be. Well, that's the system. I like this. I like this a lot. I think it's a good idea. Uh, but yeah, the person that I have in mind has one of the most insane transition, um, and I wish. Let me just check that again. In between the asses, maybe. Or if it's not in between the ass, it's gonna be on the other platform. Probably. Probably. Let me still check on this for 1 second. Maybe I saved it. You never know. You never know. With me, you never know. Um, I mean, I do know, but yeah, that's not the one. You see that? You see that for a split second? It might be good. Did I save it? I did. It's right there in front of my fucking face. Look at that insane transition. I, I, I wish. I wish I had the skills to do that myself. I'm not gonna lie. This is crazy. But goddamn, it's so good. You don't want to do that? You don't want to do that. I don't know why. I don't know why you're skeptical. It seems simple. Oh, this is the most insane transition I've seen in so long, and It is one of the easiest foundation system that you have to do when it comes to building things for iOS, because this is mostly a native thing where you can long press a picture and then extract the content. This is basically what it is. It's the exact same thing that I am using in Perfume um, to get my image in the backgrounds. So each of my perfume bottles are extracted the exact same way. I'm getting the image itself, which is like a square, and then I'm extracting the bottle out of the thing with the object lift system. TBD, hi, welcome on in.
TBD Gamer
That
raided
is
my stream
timing.
with 11 viewers.
Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. As always, welcome on in. I'm AOA. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. I am all over the place right now. But yeah, as always, if you need a raid and run, do that. If you need a raid and stay, do that as well. But I hope you had a great streams. Take care of yourself because you said that you need a run. But yeah, Stony, I don't know what you're doing with the raid, but welcome on in. We're currently talking about a very crazy transition for an app, and I wish I could do the same, but I can't. And it's right here. I'm gonna like that's my current situation where if I click on this, I would love to have that bottle just slide in and zoom in and drop in the right position, like this crazy motherfucker has done. Because who wouldn't? Look at this. This is crazy. Anyways, in terms of construction, as I said, it's the exact same thing. I am getting the image out of whatever's like starting point that I want to have. And then I'm just saying extracted lift object lift from the native iOS system. And then I'm getting the bottle and that's it. And that's all I need. And so what we have here is basically object lift prior without lifting, without the highlighting, and then on scroll transition to the lift, which is such a magnificent transition. So yeah, we like that. We like that a lot. Nonetheless, that would be a great idea, you know? So yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense, but the transition nonetheless is pretty good. And it works. So we do like it. The delays are good. You might benefit from making the entire thing a tad bit faster overall, but like not by much. And it's not such a difference that, you know, it will change everything. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, JSAP is good. Now that it's free, it's also better. I'm not gonna lie on this one. And then motion.dev and frame motion, which is basically the same thing, are pretty good. They, however, are kind of heavy. I don't know about JSAP. I haven't tested performance and sizes in the past few months. But motion.dev is a bit heavy, and then the other one is anime.js. I don't know if it's anime.js or anime.js.com. Well, it is anime.js.com. Same thing. This is a bit more flat transitionings, so similar to JSAP, but then you get all this kind of crazy shit all around. And yeah, I mean, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It has always been a very good thing. What do you mean? Did you send me something? I should have a notification here. That's interesting. Isn't it just a refresh? Anyways. Why do I click on the titties one every time? Why is me like this? The transition with the background is a bit better. It's still not great. But that might just be me. Like it does fade, which is better than the instant transition, but it is I am. I can't deny that. I'm not necessarily like a titties person, but like if you had the ass battle, I would go there, but then again, you know, like obviously. God damn. No, it's good. It's good. The only thing that I would be complaining about, because you know I can, and I mean you're here for my complaints, so we good. When you look at it really closely, and I'm not gonna re-record the screen because it doesn't make any sense. But when you look at it really closely, the background is sliding from the left to the right, but the entirety of the rest of the content is sliding up. So I would also have the backgrounds fade and slide up instead of fade and slide in from the left, or technically for you on this direction. That's the only thing that I would potentially change, just for the sake of continuity. Even though I do understand the logic behind it, that could be there, like, you know, but yeah, um, I don't think it is. The sidebar doesn't really change, specifically when I'm here. I understand that if I'm here, the transition makes sense, as in collapsing, or expanding the sidebar, but it should slide up. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. And then regarding your notification from a second ago, goddamn. I think if it's a notification for update, it might be better to have a toast that is non-disappearing unless action is taken. And I don't know if you do have this. I think you do. I think you do. Where it's something that's just gonna retain and stay in place until something happened where the user is either dismissed, no, dismissible, but not auto-dismissed. So it's not something that is going to go away after a certain amount of time, but it's just going to go away if the user do something of update now or dismiss for now type of thing. But yeah. Nonetheless, the rest of the animation is good, which is what we care about. Let me see if that happens. Yeah, you see that? That's a tad better. It's also kind of interesting in terms of the transition, but if it's slided up, because right now, mainly because there is no sidebar transitioning, which create that offset and that slide in from the left, it's just fade in place. And if you just use just a smidge of a sliding up, so that it matches the rest of the elements that are sliding in, would make a lot more sense. Would make a lot more sense to me. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Oh. So yeah, that's me. You did good. You did good on the animations. Not gonna lie. I do think Also, Kotlin, going back to motion.dev from earlier, I used to use it here for the animations that is right here. It used to be a motion.dev thing, and then I realized that this is a waste of space and a waste of resources. So that loading thing could be done in CSS, and therefore I now is using CSS, and it's a bit better. In terms of performance, we're still kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie. This this has not changed. We are really bad. The first paint right here is wow. Ages down the line. It just takes so long to get your first paint, and it shouldn't be the case. And apparently my performance for loading the pages based on what Cloudflare is giving me is going down, or it's going up. Like the time that it takes to render the page is getting longer and longer with time. So I need to figure out what the fuck I did that is making it longer and longer every time. There is a ton of these things that are related to the the extensions, if I remember correctly. Like these things are like related to the extension, the images, and so on. But still, most of it is like non-trivial thing that I should fix because goddamn, this is shit. Other than that, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. But you know, eh, I think this is still a good idea. I don't like this though. Yeah, we'll see. We will see.
The veil of time falls.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of both things. It's because you're going from content is sliding in, sidebar is sliding in, and on top of that, indexes are sliding in. So, like, this thing is going away, which is debatable as a point, but like the entirety of that is moving. So I get it. But if you paint center and slide up, and it's just set to cover, I think you should be good. But there might still be some transitions. I'm not gonna lie, there might still be some transitions. You could do that. You could maybe do that. Get your indexes to be the size of your scroll bar and basically just replace the elements. So it would probably make it underneath the, also that's wild, underneath the scroll bar, but that's not necessarily a good idea. I'm not gonna lie, this is debatable. Also, the fact that it doesn't work right now is kind of and now it's working. Nah. Nah. Did I do that? I guess this is another option, which might be easier potentially, having the index within the container instead of having it outside. Based on what we have here, I'm almost certain that this is not what we had defined. What? That could limit the layout shifts. And if we put it inside, could potentially work. You know. Maybe. Maybe. How did I build this? I did build this way, which is debatable but working. And so that would simply add 24 padding on the sides and had this inside. So that's just plus 24 on this edge, and then extract this so that it just grows back in full width, and then that, if I put it in, that's kinky, and I get it there. Shit. With the full height. And that probably needs 16 to 24 at the top. I feel like if we do that, you remove the layout shifts, and since it's just the background and the section doesn't really grow or change sizes, that could be an option. But then again, going back to your usual thing, this is once again changing something that we already had that is probably going to break up some of your systems based on how like that could work. So debatable, but yeah, I'm just placing the index on the inside of the container rather than having it on the outside, so that the container itself doesn't really change sizes, which will probably not be the best option, but will be an option that works. So maybe just to not remove but avoid layout shifts. But you may still have some issues with it. So I don't know. But yeah, you're right, that this is the issue. This is why it's moving in. Nonetheless, the animation is good. I still not gonna lie about it. Animation be good. I'm just really not the biggest fan of the background transitions, because these make less sense. But yeah, nonetheless, JSAP is really cool. Animator.js is really cool. All the others, I know that you sent this one that didn't click in. That starting is also like very much the same transition. Yes, I don't like this website, but I know why people like it. It's just so much reliant on the images and nothing else, and it goes in systems that makes absolutely no sense. So far we've had things slides in and slide out of view in different transition, different direction. As in here, the plane is going down, but then the page is staying static. Like it's just wild in your brain to understand what's happening. Like you're scrolling up, but then the content is going down. Like that makes absolutely no sense because you have never seen any of these in the past. Like it's a wild system. But then again, it's fun. Designer have talked about it for days, and It makes sense. So why not have it? Why not have it? Nonetheless, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I still haven't fixed this. Still not. Still not. And I forgot if that's the case still. Yeah, no, that's still the case. So I could just do that. I could just do that, and it's gonna be a good option. Nonetheless. So next steps. We have some of these characters, components, things that needs to be updated. Most of these are going to be pretty right. I think the selection elements are okay, but not the greatest. And some of them would benefit from getting to the point. I mean, I guess this is pretty good work on your end, Kat. If you didn't play and you just wanted to get the skins, that's pretty good. But yeah, you could have not buy the things. That's crazy. That is crazy as a sentence. I am not gonna say anything about it. So, as mentioned, text array is good. I think the select is good-ish. We need to finish the select section. I don't know. I would say that's the biggest thing. I don't know if my interactivity select right here is just because I have defined it as interactive, or if it is really not properly implemented, in which case that needs to work better than what we have, because we have double menu presentation, and that is not a viable thing to do. However, thinking about it and thinking about how things are displayed and presented, I feel like in my Figma file, if I go into my select, we should probably create the menu option, which is very similar to the tag. And we have two variations. We have one that is here, which I do remember that this is this element. So we need to build this first into our select / menu option, which I think should be a dedicated component. Should it be? Hmm. 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 Let me just
Dodge this.
look at it. Is that the one in question, Cat? If that's the one in question, I get it. It's cute. It's a nice one. I don't buy skins, but I get it. You know, it makes sense. Why not? Why not? That's a good quality image. I'm not gonna lie. This is a good quality image for an output like this. That's crazy. I'm guessing that person is probably having like a lot of skins presentations here and there, so why not just stay there for the time being? But then, yeah, that's the one in question. I think. I don't know who that is. I'm not gonna lie. I have never seen that hero in the past. But, eh. That's Mercy? No, it's not Mercy. It's not Mercy. It looks like it, though. God damn. Eh. Ugh. Ugh. Obviously, after the debacle of the hair change being exactly the same character, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Haven't been on this thing in a while. Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? The day has been pretty good. I've done so much work. See, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. It would be such an interesting thing to have the cat really distracted by Widowmaker laser. That would be such an interesting thing to see. Like if you had something where you could just steer the cat away from a group if you are the Widowmaker from far away, and the player is just distracted. For some reason, the camera doesn't really react as they should. That would be such an interesting thing. Anyways, Luna, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? But yeah, no, I've seen so many things with this in the past few months, with other people just going as cats, flying up, and yeah, but it could be like an ability of some sort, right? Not saying that it's like a really tracking you out, but just a way for the camera to drift towards the laser. Like the Widowmaker could do something as an action, and then that points the laser on the floor somewhere, and the cat is just, you know, just the camera is moving in as an action. This is not something that could happen every time. Just a quirk. I don't know. But yes, it would be highly annoying. But also, that's the quirks. It makes sense. It makes sense. I haven't. I mean, I do love Overwatch art direction most of the times, and everything they've been working on. I don't remember if they have truly replaced the name from Overwatch 2 to Overwatch. I saw that for a second at some point, and then I think that's the case, but I don't know. But yeah, I mean, they have some of the good art direction for any events, any things. So, you know, we like it. We like it. Anyways, I need to stop scrolling on this thing because otherwise I'm going to see things that are going to make me re-download the game, which is never going to happen. That's a wild... That's a wild repo reap of Marvel Rivals shark, just for the sake of having a shark somewhere. But yeah, I Them cheeks. Goddamn. Sorry. Uh, uh, I don't see. I don't see a ton of stuff for Sombra, which used to be my main. But yeah, most of these things are for the new characters. And I don't know if Sombra still exists. Well, she kind of does, but there hasn't been like any, based on that, there hasn't been a lot of updates since then. But then again, I don't know that one. I don't know Junker Queen. I don't know Moga. I don't know. I mean, I do know Sigma, but I kind of left the game at that point. Ash, never seen it. Eiko, never seen it. Freya, same thing. Sojourn, same, never seen. Vendetta, never seen. Venture, never seen. Interesting. Anna. Anna? Not Anna. That's a weird skin. Baptist, never seen as well. Or, I mean, never played. Larry, same. Juno, Kiriko, Lifeweaver. And Wuyon, I have never seen. So when I started, there was like basically one row of these heroes, and that's it. And now I have all of these that I have never seen before. So, you know. You know, Anna is Anna, but like the skin is weird. Dang. I've never seen that skin. I don't know what that is. Anyways, let's close that. Let's close that. For the sake of me. For the sake of me. And go back here. Some work to do. Officially. You know, the brain. The Blizzard's cinematics, when they are announcing new characters or story points or other things, are always, so far for me, have been some of the best animated stuff when it comes to games. And I have seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of other games where the cinematics are good, like the League of Legends ones are really good as well. But then there are, dude, I mean, for me, there are not so many games that are taking so long to figure out how to create interesting presentation video and lore point videos that I would be willing to watch and rewatch for the details. Like I think I have probably watched the Bastion reveal kind of cinematics 5 to 6 times just because of how good it is and how even though very short, still emotional and emotionally filled, which is pretty impressive for video game stuff. So we like it. We like it. It's fun. It's nice. Anyways. Anyways. I think this is good. I'm going to like select, I think. Currently good, but the Canva preview at the top need to behave properly and use it for content. The main issue right now is that it isn't using the designed menu, and rather resort to the native system one. I guess that's gonna make it. I'm just gonna do that for now and see if that works. Um, I don't think they need a structure package for the Heroes release. I mean, I obviously I don't really give a shit, but you know, like, whatever. Um, I I wouldn't mind if there is like some more rarity in the trailers, just because like at least there is one. Like that's what I would say. There'll need to be at least one to present the hero and potentially backstory if it's necessary, and or the abilities if it's necessary to see like a grand animation of what the ability is. But then after that, do I need like a second video to showcase the hero that is gonna come up? Not necessarily. Do I need a third one or a fourth one? Not really. I don't, if I know what's gonna come in. But I think this is me going back to I know how overwork the Overwatched team is, and how probably bad the Blizzard C-suite is, and therefore the fact that there is only one, I don't really mind. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's a good move that the team is taking a bit of a buffer between releases. Even though I would believe that they probably, specifically now, they probably like have done something along the line. Oh, that's really bad. Along the line of, and that's really bad here as well. Hiring a sub companies to create the that's so bad. To create the animations and not do them entirely in-house. I think the bulk of it is probably like an in-house situation, but yeah. That is good behavior when it comes to this, but that's really bad in terms of the presentation. So that only works in the Canva preview, not the rest of the website. And also, it is not behaving properly, meaning it currently push the content rather than get displayed like an overlay right underneath the field / select thing. We'll see if that helps in the direction. Oh, by the way, something that I learned yesterday, 2 days ago, on Saturday, for the people that are using AI for their coding and other things, there is a new, potentially making things better way of working, which I haven't tried just yet because of I haven't had the time. Spaghetti, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? So the thing in question is the double prompting or double writing the message. Basically, the logic for this is based on how AI models and LLMs are working. When you start or when they start to read and understand your message, they don't know how, like they don't get a snapshot of the entirety of the message before they read the last word. And so if you said, let's change the view to be red instead of blue, let's change the view to be red instead of blue, basically, by having the first sentence version, it goes into the modal context, and when it's rereading the same thing, it reinforces what needs to happen because it already has the context of the first sentence, which is a very weird thing, but apparently based on the research and tests that has been made by other devs, it seems to be extremely effective because the model now have the full context when it reads the current task to do. So that's a very simple but interesting potential when it comes to the creation. So, you know, it that's so bad. That's working, but that's not working here, nor is it working here. um, so yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting potential fix for when a model is a bit more tricky to do something because it needs a bit more context, and you basically context ask in the same sentence in the same request. That's something. And then the other thing that I have seen as well is if you're stuck on like you have a to-do list and you have like 7 tasks and you are stuck on step 4, for example, and you say do step 5 instead because it needs step 4 to be done in order to properly like work and do its entire thing. It's going to unstuck itself by figuring out how to do step 4 in order to do step 5. So that's a weird thing, but it kind of works. Where if you're just asking it to do step 4, it kind of gets stuck because it doesn't really know what needs to happen after. But when it needs to know, like when it knows what needs to happen after, but doesn't have the before, then it fixes the before to get the after. I know it's wild, but it's a potential. It's a potential. That is supposed to open the thing, not... that's a crazy thing right there. I guess it probably needs to also be I guess viewer page. I guess. And to answer your question, I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always. I have had an energy drink this morning that wasn't supposed to happen, but it still happened, and therefore, right now my blood pressure is not at the level that it needs to be at. If I can say that, but that's my fault. So I can only blame myself for this one. That's yeah. So yeah, other than that, no. Did we? You bitch. The new robot calling things have been smart enough now to figure out that I have muted my mic, which is pretty impressive. I was not expecting that to happen, but it does happen. So yeah. I am making a wild things. I'm making an update on this, where I basically didn't touch this entire UI system and UI kit for, I would say, a year and a half, 2 years. And so for that to be better and for me to respect my promises of what I said about this UI kit being updated for a long time, I'm continuing to do that. So now what I'm doing is I changed the landing page and making sure that it matches what I want to have. I added a new section, which is the icon preview and editor, so that you can play with the icon themselves, make them bigger, thinner, more wired, whatever, change the styles if you wanted to, have some presentation and so on, which is really useful. In the free tier, you will have the ability to just select the thing that you need and then export them if necessary, like if you just wanted to get like something very easily. So that's one of the things that I'm working on right now. And on top of that, I am also ensuring that we have the proper systems in place so that you can check exactly everything that you wanted to have in terms of the typography, the font, the effects, the spacings, the whatever. And now the components, so that you can just take a component, see how it is and how it works and so on, and play with that. And currently I'm kind of playing with these to make sure that this is working. And I am playing with selecting the banana by default is a bit of a weird thing, but it's fine. It's fine. Also, country equal banana is not good. So that's a thing. And the goal for this is going to be ensuring that we have, at the end of the day, a proper design kit for devs. Because right now it has only been a design kit for designers, which makes sense. But having an npm install for the entirety of the mom UI kits, and then you get like the code, and you can just copy paste the code if you wanted to, is the plan. It is the plan. However, based on how things are going, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. So that's good. In the anatomy section, we need it to be closed instead of open in order to get everything in view. That's the thing. So yeah, that's the thing that we need to change. But yeah, it's been a while for me to work on this thing, and I always wanted to get like as much content as possible so that it would be the best option in terms of what I could provide. And so here right now, I've been working on this today to make sure that you have like a proper understanding of how things are set up and what is related to what, with the proper value as well. So, like this is the value, that is the chevron that is right there, that is basically a button. And then one of the things that I do like here is the fact that you have the label or the helper that are external values or external components, nested components. So you can just click on it, go into the page for that element specifically, check how it's built, what is the options that you have in there. Maybe you have the info icon, maybe you don't, and so on, and just play with it. So that's it's a simple thing, but it makes sense. It helps, seeing stuff. It works. So, yeah. I need to pee. 1 second. Other than that, what's up with you? Spaghetti. I mean, you said you're good, but like, what happened? It's been a while. You haven't been here in some weeks. So, asking questions. Um, component close when the user click outside of it. I think it probably works by default. Like if you have one of these and then you click outside, it closes by default. But like in the Canva, I think we need this to collapse automatically to get this thing to work. It's the case, but it's just like event handler and event listener everywhere. It's working for the others, which again, I feel like that's not working. In the viewer, but not in the Canva. I think, again, what I said last time is still true. The current system and the way that it has been built, being not really using some of the main components with styling, but starting from scratch and creating components from scratch might have been a bit of an issue here and there to create the output. So, dang, it's not something that I like. But yeah, letting your parents go back to London on the 27th. Well, have fun with your parents. Or not, I don't know, depending on your relationship with your parents. Depends on you. I fear this is gonna break. No, this is working as well. Cool. Yeah. Great. Great. Let's keep that. Oh. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just dying. It's gonna be okay. That's my select. I think that's pretty good. I really don't have proper understanding though. That's the that's the sad part. I don't know why these needs to be specified every time. I don't really understand why if I go into my Switch, for example, it doesn't behave, but it behaves if I do not on by default, then it works, but then that doesn't. And if I disable it, then obviously it doesn't work, but it's just, I don't, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So going back to my thing, I don't really understand why these components, once they are done, are not working as components. And so going back to what I was saying, I feel like the implementation has probably been create a component from scratch instead of using the native browser component with styling on top of it. Or the component behavior is not something that the native HTML, CSS kind of recognize, and I need a very thick layer of JavaScript on top to figure out how a component behave. I do not know. Like, this is something that I have no clue about. I just I'm clueless. But yeah. Kat, I recognize that you are seeing the message from this morning. God damn, you just woke up for real. It's crazy. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is something related to the build and the system that needs to be addressed in a way that is a bit more logical, and I'm also kind of scared on this one. I don't know if Codex would be a bit better than Sonnet on this, but I also know that Sonnet is a bit faster, and it's probably in my free tier, and I'm probably out of the free tier now by now. So I'm gonna see that. Again, this would have been a pretty good option, but I have a hard time understanding why the system in our slash components slash is not the thing. And components, and especially the viewer. But is it true? No. The viewer and preview Canva aren't behaving as real component? That's gonna sound weird. Real component where they are interactive by default. It feels like we need to enable everything every time, whereas my Figma brain is telling me that if we use a component somewhere, if we make changes to the main component, then all instances are going to be impacted. So, did we make a mistake in implementation, or is it just something that I don't understand? as a designer. Still not a dev. Let's hope for the best on this one. I'm using Codex to see if that is something that, you know, make more sense, but I don't know. The reason why I'm testing out Codex instead of Sonnet is because Techie last week said that Codex was a bit better, so I'm believing, but I also don't believe. So yeah. Like my Figma brain is basically just saying if we have components somewhere, it should work everywhere. And it's mostly different architecture, not you misunderstanding. The viewer is a dock playground renderer, not a true component instance system. Whenever it changes, it re-renders preview HTML as a raw string. So interactions logic is not persistent unless reattached manually. That's wild. Yeah. That's a lot of words to say yes, but yeah. I hate this. But yeah. Like what I don't like about this is that it is going to probably not behave as intended. And also based on the fact that Codex right now is saying that it's going to do phase 1 and not everything, that is going to be a bit of a mess. No, I'm not. Sadly, I had to come back in 2024, and I've been trying to go back, and I can't. I need a job. Like I need a stable jobs that will give me a visa, and right now I haven't found one in Japan to basically move me there forever. But as soon as I do, I will. But for now, no. I'm back in the French. That's really sad for me. I don't think this is a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, both are good. Too late. Jerome, hi, welcome in. How's the day going? The issue that I have right now is that as I showcased that at the beginning of the stream, most of the jobs that I'm finding that are related to design are things that I've applied to a year ago, 2 years ago. So they have my file in a way, and some of the companies in questions, um, and you know, it's just this one used to be apply from abroad, but now it's like resident only, so they don't want anyone that is not resident because they don't um, like do anything. So yeah, congrats on landing, Stoney. Also, yeah, 62 is pretty good. Um, you'll be leaving them in 3 weeks, as in you are quitting the job. That's sad. Or is it just you leaving that team, but you're working with another team? For London, the best site that I have is this thing. Welcome to the Jungle specific, like my bitch, where you at? I think I'm logged in with this, but that's like from OTA from my previous versions. Like, I know, I remember that the client stopped the assignment, but like I don't remember if you're like moving companies or just teams. So this is pretty good. This is pretty useful. Welcome to the Jungle is a pretty useful website. Specifically, they have like a ton of remote jobs, I would say. And based on your profile and how you are presenting yourself and whatever you want to do, you end up with matches that are officially matches for you. So, like, I didn't apply to this one, for example, but I know that Revenue Cat, which is a company that I know of, is currently like looking for a senior product designer, and his salary is $202,000 per year. So that's pretty interesting. And they want someone that is remote in Europe, Canada, the UK, or the US. So that's a good thing. Then there is the job description and so on. And then at the end of this thing, you can apply, and sometimes you can apply directly through the profile. So right here, you have their questions, the thing that they want you to answer, so you can like just answer all these questions, and then through Welcome to the Jungles, you get like the application. So that's one of the things, and then not that. So this one is pretty useful, and then you have other things that are like related to some of the needs that people are mentioning. So if you are more into fintech, then you have that. If you're like you want something that is fully remote, then you have that as well. So all of these are, pretty useful. So I do like that for remote jobs. The other one is No Desk or We Work Remotely. These two are pretty good. But then again, I'm not looking for in-house. I mean, in-house, but like not in-office stuff. So yeah, but then in there again, like this one is a crazy thing where it's one of the first time that I'm seeing this. They are listing the minimum salary. Like they say that the minimum is 7 million yen per year, whereas usually it's the opposite. You say how much you are willing to pay maximum, not minimum. So this is a wild change, but then I applied to it and I haven't answered or heard back from them, so we'll see. Other than that, there is not a lot of news. Things are just working. Just working. I fear, but I don't care. Also, I saw something last Friday, I think. Last Friday or last Saturday. On the usage section. And I'm probably, yeah, I'm close to the end. I had one message. Let me see if it's on this main page, first page. I doubt it. Yeah. It's gonna be somewhere else. Yeah. A 15.6 million token request. Just one request. And that costed 2 requests like everything else. That is crazy. Usually I'm at like 100k to a million-ish tokens. 15.6 for one request is a crazy thing. And that is because the plan mode sometimes decide to spin up sub-agents, and it decided to spin up 6 sub-agents at once that were basically running in the background, and they don't count as requests, which makes no sense in a capitalistic business point of view. Your sub-agents should count as a request, but no, they didn't. So, you know, that happens. That's good news. Even though not news yet, that is good news on a Monday. Which, by the way, that reminds me of, there will be no stream on Wednesday this week. The event is happening basically from 9 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. So, yeah, no stream on Wednesday. And then in 2 weeks, I think, we will have to offset the stream from Friday to Thursday. So, yeah, that's the thing. We might have a Thursday stream instead of a Friday stream in 2 weeks. So, you know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I don't know. At some point, at some point that will happen. But yeah, just news, just news. But yeah, this Wednesday, no streaming. Event is happening unless the event is shit and I'm coming back home before stream is supposed to start at 1:30. If that's the case, then we can have a stream. But yeah. You'll be in Australia, which is pretty good. By the way, speaking of, would or does the Japan trip get cancelled if you're not working for that client anymore? Or is that something else? I see. Well, maybe I can come in then. Maybe I can post my first chat message in your chat. I've been there many times, but just not chatting. I see. It would be a miracle, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if this is a good idea. I haven't read any of these, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this is gonna be good. But maybe it is. Maybe it's gonna be good. No, I just I usually do other stuff and I never stay for like 15 minutes. I usually have so much stuff going on that I'm like, in silence working type of situation, or not necessarily in silence, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Predictable silence. We talked about it before. Which my current predictable silence is kind of wild, but yeah. If you didn't know me, you would not necessarily think that this is my YouTube feed. I made a TikTok earlier today about this, where if you're just looking at my feed from here, right, nothing else, we have one music video, one English title but Japanese content here, and then I think like another music video, some dev content and some tech content that are in English, but the entirety of the feed is just Japanese content. So most of it. So this is a very interesting thing right now. And most of it is just like renovation and shit, because I don't know. It makes sense. It makes sense. Some of them are really cool. Some of them are really not much. A lot of the new ones are job related, which I didn't really expect to see on my feed. So yeah, my predictable silence, which is this, is just the sound of renovation and some people speaking Japanese. So that I can just listen to things that are in the language that I'm trying to learn. But then you have this, which makes no sense. This is a very American thing, and I have never understood. Why? Why would you build something so big? I don't get it. I don't get it. The team that I'm watching most of the time, the team of builders that are like carpenters and so on, they are building a house right now, and the house foundation looks like this. And it makes no sense in my head. And I really don't understand why you, as a builder, or cybersect, hi, walk on in, or as an architect, why would you have this really teeny tiny indent in the house? Maybe for the electrical and so on, but I doubt it. This is a back wall feeling, so it makes no sense. And then why the fuck would you have this? This is like 2 meter wild things. And like, if you just went straight up right there, you would have like the same thing. But it makes no fucking sense to me. So yeah. For me, it would have been like a fucking rectangle. I want straight lines. And it's just like, but please, give me straight lines and it's gonna be easier. But then as well, it's fun because it looks like a Trojan horse from far away. Like, eh. But yeah, you know exactly what I'm referring to with the Japanese houses design. Yeah, the thumbnail is nice. I agree. This one was also like it was more interesting in terms of foundations, and it took a lot more time. And I don't think we have like a foundation system where we see the whole thing, but same. Like, why does the wall just does like? Why wouldn't you do a straight wall right here with a full width right here? And if it's a truss system issue, then why not bring that back in? Like, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I, I, I'm confused. The rendering was good, but then you ended up with this thing, not the queue, but like that. The fact that the pitch of that roof didn't match the pitch on that edge makes no sense either. I like, it doesn't add anything. It's not better than anything else. It's just, why would you make your life so much harder when you can just do the thing straight? I don't know. I don't know. Um, Maybe I'm just lazy. You know what? That's probably the reason. That is probably the case. Yeah. Yeah. I think if you look at um maybe the Tokyo architecture, um mm, let's just do small house things, and you know, I mean, this is wild, but this is, and then you're done. Grizz, welcome on in. You have like your stuff is a fucking square. You drop your car right there, and then the whole house is a very straight element. Sometimes you end up with these things because some people are weird, but most of the houses are just yeah, we have this lot. That's the size of the lot, and that's all we can do, and it makes sense. And it's just like, you don't have a weird thing on the edge. Most of the times it's going to be kind of square, even if the environment isn't like necessarily good. You don't really have, I don't know, it's weird. I Maybe I rather think about what is inside and how it's built on the inside, but like the footing for me kind of makes more sense to be square, to take the most amount of space. Like, it's just, a full rectangle is going to be much better in terms of surface ratio than, like, this is wild, but I get it. We're not moving, but still. Like, same thing, this is really interesting, but the footing is square. And it makes sense to me. And even this one, the footing is square. It is wider than expected, but you know, it makes so much sense. Yeah, like, shit like this is pretty cool. These are pretty nice as well. We do like them. These ones are some of the wildest outside looks, and then people that are looking inside as well, which obviously exist. But then I don't know if Tokyo Portfolio is still there or still has that. Oh, they changed the website. Still have that wilder Next is, I think it was a Shibuya-ish situation, but I'm probably not gonna find it. Like these houses or flats, most of the time they are flats, are really interesting when it comes to the inside design, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense for me, obviously. Remove 2 zeros is basically what it is in dollars, in euros as well. That's the easiest thing to do. So the 330 a month is roughly like 303K a month. Technically, it's going to be 2.6, 2.8, but if you just do that minus 2 zeros, it's going to help you understand faster. But you have the one that I kind of showcased before, which is one of the pencil display, which I'm guessing is probably going to be in the ends of these ones, which I forgot, but nonetheless, these houses, for me at least, they are pretty boring, and they work. Like, you have everything that you need to have inside of the house, and you know, it's simple. But then you have this bitch ass thing that makes no sense. I I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, moving on. So yeah, going back to what I was saying, I don't know why I'm not on your stream most of the time, but most of the time is because I'm doing other things and I forgot. So that happens. For 9 components, select is right there. Is it still working? It is. It's still working here, yes. Cool, let's do the rest. If that makes sense. I don't know about that, Grizz. I am currently on, officially I was supposed to be on Codex, which is wild that this is now in Sonnet. I think it auto changed me back to Sonnet, which is interesting. But yeah. At that instant, based on current benchmarks, the Gemini 3.1 Pro is better than everything else. But is it? And also let me click on that link if I can. I feel like I've seen this. That's a very Japanese pixelation right there. That seems like a common behavior in Japan. Appreciate that. Let me just refresh the page just for the sake of refreshing the page. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to have the entire thing with the full width. I'm guessing if I do that, yeah. I think it's interesting. Is it good? Not really. It's a lot of scroll for no fucking reason. Like if they started the website here, that would have been okay with me. So, you know, that's something. This is an interesting scroll position. Not against it. There's a lot of things happening everywhere, which I don't, obviously I'm not reading. It is flexing dev, yes, 100%. Like there is no question about it. Is it good flexing dev? I wouldn't say so. I think it's flexing dev and design at the same time, but the design isn't exactly what you want it to. This is such a waste of time. Like, give me the entire thing first. Like, don't make me scroll the entire thing to just write the text. That is wild. And now I'm at the end. Yeah. This is good. The fact that the light reacts to the cursor position is the thing that I've been talking about for the past few years, of making your environment react to what's happening, which makes a lot of sense. Specifically with now the liquid glass thing, I feel like this is something that's going to happen in other places. So that's a very interesting system, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really change anything other than it's a fun detail. This transition is cute, not gonna lie. It's something that we've seen on a banking app, which I forgot the name, which is purple. Because they had like the cards flip through. So that was interesting, but nonetheless, this is that's such a waste of time. God damn. It's such a pain in the ass. Like here, for example, if I go back to that section there, why is this not the like why is this not the 3D assets that you had in the beginning that could react to the cursor position? That would be so much more in line with the entirety of the thing. But no, they decided to just pick the image as static as possible, where they used the fucking thing everywhere else. And they could have used it at the bottom as well. Like, it makes no fucking sense. This is cute, but it's useless. These are fun as teeny tiny transitions. And then that transition pixelated is a very nice image transition. The pixelation is cute for Japanese stuff. We do like it for that reason. But is it necessary? Is it good? Like it's not much. And then there they still have that divider thing. These are cute. That's a nice carousel transition. That's neat. That's better than the entire website, to be honest, so far. And then these cards don't react to the same as these buttons do, even though they have the same physical element transition for the effect. So that's a debatable point. And then if I go down, like that's fine, but that's all we have. I don't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad website. I don't think it's a good website either. I think overall it's a very impressive thing when it comes to the rendering. But then again, the current tech that we have is able to do so much more than what we currently see on this website. The object rendering, the texture, the materials and so on are kind of shit. I get it, because you need to have something that is kind of shit in order to be roughly performant. So that makes sense. But then, like all these things makes absolutely no sense. Like that button is, who the fuck are you? Like why do you make this thing so fat, so massive for no real question? Like it's weird. Maybe I'm just hating for the sake of hating, which is fine. It happens. But it's like nothing's working. Not gonna lie, like nothing is fucking working. There was the whole story right here, and nothing's happened. We only see the percentage right there, and the entire website is just broken by the simple fact that I moved up and reloaded the page. That should not happen. That should not be the case. Like your website should be stable, specifically with that level of craft officially. Like it should happen, but yeah, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm hating for the sake of hating, which is also highly probable. But it's not that good. It's impressive, but not that good. I'm gonna say that again. I haven't really read anything on the page, and I don't know anything about the website and the content that I am supposed to see. Like I don't fucking know. And we've seen similar things on other platforms. Some of the website from Ogres as well have been like kind of similar, and we don't know. Like this line should have been an elastic line as well to match the rest of the dividers that are horizontal that have the elastic, but no, for some reason it doesn't. So it's like yeah. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. Some things are just I'm gonna force refresh just in case. Like again, there is a ton of things that are really cool, but then there is a ton of things that is just not good whatsoever. Where is that orange divider line that we saw a second ago? It was right there, but then it didn't. That wasn't. It was a button. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Not against it. Not for it either. It's just it's fine. That's all I can say. Like these are cute and shit, but it other than you discovered parallax and inner parallax with the 3D transform, what else? Like what good does it do in terms of it's just wild. Yeah. I believe you. I guess that will probably be also a pain in the ass to scroll that much on the phone. It's probably a different website. I'm hoping it's a different thing when you're on like on here. Yeah, I mean, it's not that long. This is much better on the phone than what it is on desktop, so that's something, I guess. Uh, that will never happen because people don't swipe up and down like this. And then you're missing the sword, the bottom. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think um, shit like this, for example, is pretty good. Or if we go back to, and I don't know if I kept it. Um, I mean, this one, even though it's a bit like different, this is such an interesting thing. It is practical and it's more fun than what we just saw, but it has impact, meaning, and it is useful in some situation when, you know, it just highlights the current time. It's very interesting. It makes sense. But, you know, there's that. The other one, like these ones, for example, are in a similar realm and really align with what we currently have in terms of design definition. Like most of the people that are creating design right now are using the thing that I've been talking about for 3 years now, which are the straight but not straight grids that are basically kind of organic placement. So it looks like it's not something that has been generated by AI. And it's not that complex, but it's more impressive for a lot of people to see this as a personal website than to see the thing that we just saw a second ago. The Miller Note is, yes. I've been not a partner with Miller Note, but like, uh, let me see that. I've been on there since, you know, welcome to Miller Note right there. 2018. 2017 technically, but like 2018 when I joined for the first time. So, yeah. I'm on stuff. Really, really early and really fast. I'm not. I used it twice. And then Envision handoff? No. Yes? Yes. Envision handoff came along and it was more interesting because we were using Envision. And then Figma created FigJam, and it was potentially a better fit for what we were trying to achieve. And then we just moved to build the exact same thing within a Figma file, and now we just use a Figma file for this. It's much faster, much easier. Everything that you wanted to talk about is going to be within the Figma file that you're going to use for the design, so you don't have to switch between different apps and different things. So to me, it's a bit better. But yeah, the thing that I was looking for is we saw it like when we were scrolling earlier today. Things like, and I hope this one is going to be easier to find. I have doubts. Is it not here? That's also a probable thing that it's not on Twitter. It's somewhere else, knowing me. There is like one of these header section that is really interesting and stand out for being like more interesting than the rest. And I think it's for a bank, but as always, I'm not sure. And I should just have saved the thing, but I didn't. So we'll see if I can find it. Is it somewhere along the line of here? I feel like it's close-ish. And it's a blank dark mode website, so that's why I'm like kind of fast on it. Yeah, this one. This is the same level of animation and complexity that the previous website was, but I feel like it's way more aligned and elegant than anything we've seen before. As they mentioned, this is a Rive animation, so this whole thing is probably just 2D that looks like 3D, which means that the entire thing is much simpler and lighter in terms of loading. And I like that a lot. Like that could probably have been made directly inside of CSS and HTML rather than, have to use Rive. But if you are familiar with Rive and it makes sense to you, then that makes so much more sense. And it's that easy. It fits the bill, and I don't have to like read anything, which is the most important part. Going back to the website from earlier, which I closed, as I said, I didn't read a single thing, and I didn't know what that website was about. And then here I was looking for banking related stuff, and I didn't read a single thing here. However, that animation told me enough to tell me that this is banking related. Like that, my brain knows. I see your credit cards, I see the Visa logo, and I don't have to think much. And then I just read this, and I'm like, okay, cool. That's corporate cards built for complete control, and that's it makes sense. But this is like a financial banking related stuff, and I know that by just glancing at the animation, and it makes so much more sense. So I'd go for something like this over the thing that we just saw, just because it speaks to anyone that just looks at this thing and be like, well, this makes sense. Yeah, that's yeah, that makes sense. So I don't know. It's, as you said, it's a dev flex. I think it's a designer flex as well. It's one of these see what I can do, but it has no purpose or real benefits. At least from my point of view, it doesn't seem to be really good. um, but yeah. Um, also, Denny just sent me like a wild post, which we talked about before. If you haven't seen that, these are the GeoSpy AI stuff, where that person just took like a screenshot of the background of a picture on Instagram. And yeah. Like nighttime, very, very clear picture. So that's the restaurant in question where they usually were seated, I guess. And that's the background they saw. In that picture, this is crazy. This is crazy. And as that person is mentioning, like that is the current state of things. You can't post anything that is real life situation, whatever, on time. I see that so many times now, where the influencers or people that I'm following on Instagram and so on are 1 week delayed, where they post something, and it's like an event that happened 1 week ago, because they know that these types of tech is available, and they don't want to be stalked, and they don't want to have anything happen. And the only time when they need to post like on time is for specific events where you need to be like right on cue and you don't have a choice. But yeah, that I don't care. See, I think they deserve it anyways. But no, I'm kidding. I don't know about that. But yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't post something that gives you like a location of where I am at any given time without thinking twice about it. And if I go into um like the regular stuff of going on Instagram, if you go into this section, this is such a wild thing to see because people are posting live and the location thing is on. So I know exactly where that person is when they posted, roughly to the street. That is wild. Like, this is more wild than this because you don't have to think about it. Like, it's just, you know, that's the thing. And for someone that is a stalker, you are simply looking at your favorite influencer girl right here, for example. I don't know who that is, but maybe you see that they are posting from Frankfurt on that street. And then on the next day, they are posting from that street. And then on the next day, they are posting from that street again. They probably live somewhere around here. And if you are a stalker, well, you have exactly where they live. This makes no sense. It's that is the reason why this is off. Like, it's there is a reason. And so everything that I'm like posting and so on is not necessarily outside. And if it is outside when it comes from one of my specific architecture accounts, I'm just taking pictures of the outside of the buildings where I'm not living. So you can figure out where they are and what that building or where that building is coming from and how I took the picture and so on. But that's it. This is not like where I live. This is not where I am. I'm probably posting this from my bed on the night of me taking the picture. So, you know, that's the thing. Anyways, that is a derail just for this one. But yeah, be careful. And then again, as a man, I have less issues with these things. If you are a woman, don't post anything ever, or at least post with a week delay, a month's delay, or when you're not in the country that you were posting the things from, because that is like this whole tool is such a crazy thing. Makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, the amount of time that I've been on, and I've said that as well. The amount of time that I've been on IRL streamers that are in Japan, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know that street. The amount of time that I've seen some specific people like being IRL, and I was like, where is that? Like, I know that they are in Italy right now, but let me see where that is. And I just found the location by doing a simple Google search. And they were just IRL streaming, and I was like, oh, you're probably around here. Like that. Based on what we see in the background, you're probably somewhere around here. And I'm not like a geoguesser guru or whatever. I recognize the I think that's not gonna be good. That's not the thing that I was looking for. Let me get out and go into Sicily. Somehow she was in Bari and she was looking at something. We saw something specific when it was like the direction in which I think she was somewhere around here. and there is like a restaurant somewhere around here, and she was on the steps outside, and I kind of recognize the, I think it was either here or here, because I remember this. So yeah, somewhere around here, I think. So we saw that island in the background of her stream, and I was like, yeah, I think I know where that is, based on the overall location that you tell me in the title of your stream. So yeah. I mean, there is so many incidents with women streamers in Japan, so I don't know which one you're talking about. The other one that I talked about, which is pretty impressive, and I wish I could show you, but I don't think I can. But we're gonna see anyways, if I can do that really quickly. If I go into something like my whole feed, let's see if I can have something. They're all showcasing the same Japanese girls that I'm following. I am not gonna find one of the posts that I'm talking about right here. Like, that is not happening for sure. Not here. Anyways, let me see if I can find that. Could I find that? No. I'm gonna see if that is better. Is that the thing? It's not. God damn. I'm gonna use this one, even though that's not the one that I'm looking for, but nonetheless. I have a ton of Japan apartments on my feed, right? Because I'm looking for a flat in Japan, and sometimes having some of these things to see how much it costs in rent and where it's located and so on is a pretty useful thing. The issue that I have is that I have showcased the fact that I see people that are in Japan and are finding their new flat and saying, I'm just like entering my new flat. Let me give you a tour. And I'm like, girl, I know exactly where you live. I have visited that flat. Like, I know where it is. I know the door code. I know on what floor you are. And I've been living there for like 2 years. And that's it. Do you think someone that is like living there right now doesn't know where that is? That's crazy. So that's one of the important things. I think overall the prices of something like this depends. This one seemed to be kind of high, but I'm guessing it's similar to this one, which seems to be a bit more on the suburbs. But this one is $1,000 in dollars, so in euros for us, it's mostly like $1,000, 800, 900-ish, and they are really like renovated and pretty good. We do like it most of the times. But yeah, it depends. So if you are, I think today's I'm not doing some components, which is good. I appreciate it. If we regularly look at my housing system for Tokyo, did I do Tokyo? Again, it doesn't really matter. What? Let's say I want the Shibuya station because that's where I was. And we don't really give a shit which station. But let's take the one that has the most. So this one, and this one, and let's hope for the best. It doesn't really matter. Or the GR and all of these one as well. I should take the other one, but I really don't give a shit right now. I just want to see the prices. And I don't know if I took the rent or the buy. I probably took the buy right there, which is not good. Yeah, no, that's the renting. My bad. So a flat like this one, which I'm gonna just click on it to see the plan, which apparently is like a classical building in Japan. This is a very tiny house, I would say. Overall, yes. Very tiny. This is 90,000 yen. So 90,000 is no, sorry. No, that can't be true. Yeah, no, 90,000. 90,000 is 400 bucks, 500 bucks, roughly. If you go into like a lot of places are usually around the 120,000, 100 and something thousand, 80,000 roughly. This one is like 50,000, and depending on how you want to see it, like they are smaller and organized and so on. But for 5K, let's say 6, it's 300 bucks a month. So, you know, like overall, the prices are really cheap. Some of them are going to be much more expensive. Like my flat was roughly in these realms of 225,000. So let's use one of them that is like at 15 because it makes more sense, but it's like roughly the same thing as this, where your whole flat is 3 rooms situation, which is spacious, is good. It's well into like defined and presented, and it's clean and so on because it's just renovated, and that is 27,000. So that is going to be 1,400 a month. So it's not that expensive for the space that it is. But then with these flats, you need to pay for your electric bill, your gas, your water, your internet, and so on. And the flats that I'm using, which are basically the same prices, are well, they are all inclusive. So, like, I stayed here. I like it a lot. It's one of the cheapest one that they have, which is appreciated. They have like a new building, and it's a very small flat overall. You have like everything that you need, however. So you have your desk. If you need the desk, you have the bed, and all the amenities that you need to have. And that cost at the height of how long you want to stay. Let's say I want to stay for 12 months, which is the cheapest version. It's going to be 18,000 or 10,000. So that's just 900 bucks a month for that thing. And based on where it is, which is the most important thing, you are really close to everything. and you have some of the biggest train stations just close by. And then everything in there is included. When you're just renting a flat that isn't a regular flat, the one that I showcased earlier from Sumo, you need to bring your washing machine, your fridge, your microwaves, your coffee maker if you do that, your vacuums. So all of that is also like very much a pain in the ass, and it costs a lot of money. Whereas this bitch. So that's the thing that is pretty useful. I don't know if Habit has Norway places. I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. We have Rotterdam though, so that's something. Not Norway yet, but yeah, there is like same company by the way, and they have some houses, some places. This is just like not showcasing. Also, obviously, right now I haven't decided like a type, so that's just not gonna showcase. But yeah. Nonetheless, this is like, to me, based on what I'm looking at and how I'm thinking about it, renting from a Japanese landlord is going to be cheaper overall from a rent point of view, but from an overall cost, it's going to be closer to this. And based on like where you want to stay and what you want to do, before I click on that link, is I'm gonna need to do that. Good. No, da. Good. Let's see if that helps. Basically, the place that I had was where you at? Somewhere along the line of here, right there. I was right here, and my train station was right there. And this is the green, like the green line, which gives you the access to the entirety of Tokyo in one full ass circle. So it is like extremely useful. If I go back, I probably would go back here, doxing myself again, or to the other place that I like a lot, which is right here, because these are neat. But if the work that I find is somewhere around here, they have building here, here, and here that I can also get. So, you know, previous one was here. My house is still linked as being there, and then they have a new one somewhere around here. And because my hospital is there, the new one that are around here are pretty useful for me, so that I can just get there faster in case of emergency. So you know, these are important stuff to think about. The hospital. 23,000 krones, right? Yeah, similar. That's expensive, but then again, you have a 70 square meter place. I would say a 70 square meter place in Japan is probably the same prices. Not gonna lie. The one that I was paying 22,000 or 225,000 yen was a 36 square meters place, and so 22. I'm sorry, The Japanese counting is in 10,000, so it's 22 10,000, which is kind of weird, I know. But 220,000 was roughly 1,400. So if you double the surface, therefore the price, it's roughly the same amount. So yeah. Um, but then again, I don't know if here you have the electric that is included, the gas, the water, the internet, even if it's like kind of not the best internet, but still the internet. Cleaning that is potential, like it's not necessarily included, but if you want, you can have it included, and all of that. So yeah. Sure, hi, welcome on in. I have a lot of issues with um the the sizes of houses in the US because it makes no sense to me. That's the thing that I was showcasing earlier. What do you do with that much space? Like, um, yeah. Yeah, family of four, then maybe. I do need though to uh check that to make sure. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so if I just remove 1 0, we roughly have um the the value. Yeah. Our houses, like the house that I was in Japan in, was 300 or 400 square feet, basically, for you to give you a bit of an idea. And the house that I'm in right now is 226. I mean, technically 225, but like 226 based on that calculator. So, yeah, uh, it's tiny, but I don't need that much space. The thing that I say every time is if you have that much, how the fuck do you clean that much? Like, it. I, mm, I hate cleaning. I mean, I still clean, obviously, but like cleaning my whole flat is gonna take me 20 to 30 minutes tops. And then I feel like here that's gonna take you 4 hours. Like, what the fuck? How? Why? Why so much? Why so much? But yeah, so overall, going back to the thing, most of the flats in Japan are not necessarily the most expensive. What they are, goddamn. Yeah, no, that's holy shit. That is not for me. Oh my god, I can live in just like that corner of the house. Like I'm good with that room, and that's it. Like the rest is rented to other people. Holy shit. But then the view, I get it. The pool, the view, everything. It's probably great. I would be really happy. I'm not gonna complain about that. The thing that I would say as well is if you have that, you also have cleaning people. Like you have a cleaning crew. You have a chef. You don't use your house for your house. You use your house for events, for gathering, for art discovery, and so on. Like this is a business expense, um, not a living space. At least not for me. God damn. Yeah, this is a business expense for sure. Like I live here That's me. There is the bathroom here and my main room. That's all I have. That's all I need. Nothing more. Um, Damn. But if you need that, I get it. I get it. It's a nice house. Not gonna complain about it. If I go back to like some of the fattest, most expensive ones that we have around here, and then the price have dropped lately, which is pretty impressive. These ones are 320,000, which means that they are like two. Yeah, almost 2K a month is still really cheap. God damn. And it's gonna be like this one is the most expensive and it is 40 square meters. Um, but I'm kind of fine with that. Yeah, if you have like four people in the house, that makes sense to have like a bigger place. But yeah. There was probably a research about that, yes, but I don't know about it. But yes, there was probably research on the amount of thing that you are using. Technically speaking, I'm probably using, I would say 50% in terms of actively using. My desk is where I stay 99% of the time. So this is a 3 square meters block. And then there is my bed where I stay the other 99% of the time. Um, and that is also a 3 to 4 square meters space. And then there is my bathroom and kitchen, which combined might be like a 5 to 8 square meters, which means that in total, I'm probably gonna use somewhere along the line of 12 to 15 square meters of really actively used space in a 21 square meter space. But um yeah. Um Also cross keys high, welcome on in. How are you? A hot desk? What do you mean a hot desk? Like this? Which I'm using this. I've talked about it before. I'm using Class when I'm in Japan for the desk specifically, because it makes so much more sense. So I'm renting my flat here, and I'm using a flat that doesn't necessarily have like a desk included. And then in Class, I'm just renting one of the desks that feels the best. The one that I was using when I was in my previous flat in Japan was, I think this one. No, this one is in a tall desk. Did I still have it? Mm-hmm. They removed it. But it's the same as this, nonetheless. So for 2,000 a month, for I mean, depending on how long I want to keep it, if I use it for like 13 months, I will just pay 1,000 a month, and 1,000 yen is $5 a month. So for $5 a month, I get the ability to get like a desk that probably costs $100 based on Japanese prices. So if I just, have it for like 10 months or 12 months, I'm paying $50 for something that would have costed me like 100 if I just bought it. And then I would have had to go through the process of finding exactly how to get rid of it when I move it with me if I move somewhere. and it's just a pain in the ass. So, you know, um, I prefer to rent my furniture just because I'm getting the flat placement that I want, and in the flat placement that I want is a bit like this, where the desk in question is mostly like a big ass thing that is not necessarily as big as I want it to be, or not necessarily like as good as it needs to be in terms of doing stuff on it, streaming and so on. And I'm just gonna use that desk as a shelf, and then rent a desk and be done with it. Useful. Something about a larger building. I still haven't read that and filled it with desk, and you pay a membership fee to just go and use the space. Oh, so a co-working space type of thing. Yeah. So basically, we work and so on. That could, I mean, I know how WeWork was on the verge of bankruptcy in multiple cities, so I don't know if it's that good, but I mean, why not? Why not? Um, maybe, maybe yeah. Maybe they were. I don't know about that. I have no clue. But yeah, nonetheless, that's basically my actual secret weapon when I'm moving to Japan. Because it's just so easy. And these ones are extremely cheap based on, what I'm seeing right now. They are far away, but if you are working from home and you don't care about where you stay, then that's really cool. This one is 105. That's probably extremely tiny. Yeah, 20 square meters. But um, oh, I don't. I see you have that issue. I don't. I've seen a lot of people that have that issue as well. Yes, of feeling trapped in one space and not having the separation between work and house, and so the work-life balance is really not good. And you want something where you go to a space and that's the workspace, and then you go back home and that's the home space, and you don't work at home. I don't have um like I don't have that issue whatsoever. Like, obviously, I'm working for my own stuff right now with all the apps, Band, Perfume, and Can. That's the wrong. That's the wrong button. Perfume and Band. That's the two that I wanted to press. Um, and so right now I'm working for myself. So obviously, it is making a lot of sense for me to just not have necessarily a separation, but no. If I want to wind down, I will wind down on my bed or on my desk watching something. It's just like, yeah, no. Again, I am weird. I like to work. I like what I do and I like to work. And so some of the thing that I have mentioned in the past, and it is kind of wild for a lot of you when I say it, but in the startups that I left, the last one that I was working at, in 2 years of, and this is not like a flex or something, right? Right? That this is just my mental illness of me liking to work. In 2 years of work, in that agency startup thing, I took 7 days off. When French people get 25 to 30 mandatory days off, plus 15 sick days, I took 7 just because I like to work. And it doesn't, like, I don't really need to wind down, or at least at the time I didn't really need to wind down. Maybe now I would need to, but I don't think that's the case. So for me, it's just like I'm fine with the environment. That's good. But I kind of, I mean, if you need the separation between your bed and your desk, I kind of understand what you're going for and why you kind of want to have that separation, because obviously they are like so close together, and then you wind down watching TV, which is like also really close to the desk and so on. I'm sure there are things that you could do in order to reorganize your space to have like true separations, but you know, um, that it depends on you. I don't know if I have um, official pictures of that. Let me check. Let me check for a second. Uh, that's like 2015, 2016, I guess. When I left the flat, it's probably where we would have the best. That's a lot of things that you're not supposed to see. Uh, yeah, I mean, these pictures don't help in terms of seeing what they are and what the flat contains. But it's roughly a similar thing, and also that is a panorama view, but I would say it's roughly the same size that you had. The only difference is like the bed was here and the desk were on that wall. That is where I took the picture from. So that is enough separation, or was enough separation. And then we were kind of moving around here. So finding a new flat, having everything on the floor all the time. But yeah, I don't know if we have like better pictures of that flat without titties in it. So, I need to make sure I'm showing you the right things. Um, yeah, maybe when I left in 2015, 2016. Maybe. That's a prior, that's the new flat. Do I have it here? No, I don't. Ah, goddamn. So sad. Maybe on this one though. When I left this one, so that's like 2019, 2020. Somewhere around here? No. Somewhere around here? Almost. Yeah, almost there.
Canna
Hey, what's on
Martius
it?
just
I knew.
resubscribed for 40 months. AAOAHI.
I knew today was the day. This used to be one of my flats. It's been a while. Also, I need to read your messages. But I had my workspace, and I didn't really work here because I don't have a desk. And the TV that was here, which is the fireplace, and then the bed that was on the opposite side, like the furthest away. But that still gave me so much space to do other things in the center. But then with the slanted ceilings, that was a bit of a pain in the ass. So, like that's the type of thing that we had. If I was, I Even me, which is extremely tiny. I am extremely tiny for you that is from the US. I am 5'6", 5'7", 5'6", in between the two. Tiny. Even me, I kind of hit my head around here. So, yeah, not the greatest things. Yes, you would be touching the ceiling all the time. That's not a good idea. So, overall, like this is something that I used to live in there, and I lived in there for I mean from 2016 to 2020, so almost 4 years. Um, was really nice for what I was doing with it, but uh, I got this plant, and this plant is free, so no rent. So we like that. But yeah, the new flat, for example, has a kitchen, which currently that was during the renovation, obviously, but that's how it looks. And so yes, there is a kitchen. Not the greatest kitchen, but there is a kitchen in my flat currently. Um, I think the other thing that might be like the best option or the best thing to showcase is going to be the latest addition um, to the jobs. So somewhere along the line of May, March, yeah, the place that I'm at right now, and the mess is on purpose. The desk that I'm in right now, I have decided to build it within the halls that are part of what the Parisian flats are. So that is a space saver by having it incrustated within the wall. That's a space saver. So, you know, it's um it's a fun stuff. It makes sense. It works. But the entire flat is really tiny. Nonetheless, that doesn't change. It is weird. I agree with that. I agree with that. Not not gonna complain about the weirdness of this. Um, Let me read that. I see. I see. I don't really have this thing of shit. I haven't left my days. I haven't left um my house in 8 days. I know, like right now, I haven't left my house uh, for real since Friday, I guess, when I went out to do some grocery shoppings. Um, but I go to the gym in the morning, so I'm getting out nonetheless. But still, like, not getting out for the trash because it's not filled in or other things. So that's a thing as well. I don't know. But yeah, I don't usually eat dinner. This is gonna straddle a lot of you as well. I I eat when I come back from the gym at 7 in the morning, and that's it. uh, that that's what's happening lately. Not a lot, not a lot of eating. Um, I would say the lunch, like the amount of thing that I'm eating is really not good and not enough, and I need to eat more. But I'm not. So that's the thing. I need to pee again. 1 second. do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean a piss stream? Um, but yeah, no, nonetheless, I think my main thing is I don't understand the amount of cleaning that you need for such a massive house most of the time. God damn, did they do that? God damn. Sorry, they upped the price of my flat. Also, that changed. That's a different layout than the one that I used to have. But god damn, 239. It used to be 225. Yeah, that's not good. That's a lot. Um. Oh no, it is more than feasible. It's just that I don't want to bother myself with like furnishing the things. As we were here for roughly the same like a half of the price, a third of the price, you can get the similar amount of like house space, but it's not furnished. So you get the entire thing like this, and then you can finish it yourself. So this is the same thing. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, these ones are gonna come in with nothing. So you need to like find an electric companies to provide electric, the gas, usually water bills, internets, and so on. Whereas these, even though they are more expensive, I mean, sometimes, they are all inclusive. So everything that you think about, like this one is basically the same price. 16 square meters, which is like tiny. I get it. And you know, it's just you're getting water included, electric, gas probably, the furnishing things, the Wi-Fi is included as well. You may have a hairdryer. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it really depends which model you're taking. I know that they have like sometimes they have multiple room types, but then this is like in Bunkyo, which is not a place where people are usually going for work. So that's probably why it is so cheap overall. But then for me, as someone that would be visiting, for example, I have like the park that is really close with the Imperial Place or the Imperial Place and the other like smaller parks that are around here. Walking around this area is really cool. Again, my hospital is right there, so that's cool for me. You think about it. And it's really cheap. So, you know, if it's enough space to fuck and work, I'm fine with it. And the building looks good. Not that it matters, but you know, it's the thing. However, that's important as well. There is no elevator. So with me and my condition, that might render me not really good with stairs and my legs. Not having an elevator might be a bit of a deal breaker when it comes to the position. So, you know, I need to think about that. But if it's just on the second floor, I'm fine with it. The good thing about it, the thing that I love about Hamlet and why I'm going there most of the time, and I will probably use them as long as I go to Japan, they own the entirety of the building. So if you want it to be on the first floor, which is not recommended but still is feasible, you might be able to find like one of the options that is on the first floor, and therefore you are like for me, in terms of mobility, very mobile and be able to do that. If it's just me being a streamer and I don't want to be bothered, I would rather get the top floor because there is no one underneath. I am someone that is very static, so I don't really move around. People underneath me usually don't complain. But if I'm speaking late at night, then they do complain. So if I'm like on the top floor, I'm potentially bothering the next people underneath, but that's about it. And most of these flats are now in concrete, meaning that they are like kind of sound insulated. Like, yeah. What do you mean by white goods flat? I don't know what that is. I read that, but then I don't know what it means. So that's harder for me to figure out. God damn, what the fuck is that? You created a cloud DJ. That's cool. So I'm guessing you can switch between deck A and deck B right there. You can define your song by saying Rick Astley is going there, and then on deck B you want this one. And then if you switch between the two, then you can do stuff. And then you can crossfade between the two songs if you know exactly what they are. You have your EQ, your volumes, and your tempo if you want to change the tempo to match. That's really cool. Not gonna lie. If you wanted to do something really interesting, right there, I would say auto match the tempo. It would require you to basically get a sample beforehand of the music. So you go into the song, you snip it like 3 seconds, 5 seconds of the song, and then you extract what is the tempo of that song, if that's an option. And then you just figure out what's the difference in between the two, and you match tempo. That could be a very, very cool thing to do. But good job. I mean, that looks pretty nice. White goods is like a catch-all for essential finishing, especially fridge, washing machine. Your dryer and stuff that has to be plumbed in or take some work to be integrated into the property, called white goods because these sort of things are usually whites. As in, it's a store, or is it like a furniture service? Because in both cases, yes, there are. In both cases, yes, there are. There is a ton of them. You have a Costco. You know, Costco exists in Japan, and so for me, as I said, I use Class just because it's easier for me. It's also like a partnership with Hamlet, so I'm getting a discount, getting things. And this one is a renting system. So if you want to rent some stuff for like your appliances, your desk, your bed, your whatever, you can do that. It's going to be more expensive if you have more of them. But if you know that you're staying for like 12 months exactly, then you know. Then that's basically like finding the cheapest flat possible and then furnishing it with that. So for me, for example, I would use one of these, for example, like right there, that is like really simple and easy to do. And right here, like that's 25,000 a month, and it's a pack. So you get the desk, the washing machine, the sofa, god damn it, the mattress, the bed frame, and you can select some sizes. You can define what you want. and so on, and that's a whole pack for 25K. And if you are getting like from your fourth month on, so if you stay more than 4 months, it's going to be 15K a month instead of 22. And if you're staying more than 13, after the 13th month is going to be 11. So if you stay for 2 years, for example, the second year is at 11, the first year is at like 15, basically. And you know, that's pretty good. There is some sort of a deposit, but it's not like much. I think it's like 1 month off the entire thing, which is not much. But let's say it is 22 because that's the highest price that we have. It's $120 per month. So you add $120 per month to your rent, and you get the entire thing with it. So washing machine, sofa, bed, and so on. And Sir Morton, hi, welcome in. How are you? And so that's pretty cool. And again, Jan, welcome on in.
Jan Lunge
Everyone
just
is
resubscribed for 24 months. Hello there.
appearing at the same time. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. So that's an option, and that's for like, again, if I'm going on Sumo and I'm finding something that is not like right now, I have decided to look for things that are, let me go back there and translate so that I'm not making a mistake, because I think I made a mistake on this one. I just want like to rent detached house, and then I just want to go into the center right here and say that this is everything that I want. Sorry. Goddamn. I don't think this is an issue with anything else. I think this is an issue with the translation. Let me just refresh that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Goddamn. The distance. Is it gonna? Yeah. I wish I could have given you the things. And we don't have any previews. More or less, you can find something for like $500, $300 a month that is like a 30 square meters flat that is empty, to which you need to like bring your furnitures. And so class, for example, with $120 per month in addition is such a nothing addition that it is worth it. And yeah, my place in France is capped, so I can't really go as high as I want it to be, and it's capped at like $1,000 per month. And that's because I can see the Eiffel Tower from my kitchen window. So yeah, it's otherwise it would be like 850 to 900-ish, but because I have the ability to see the Eiffel Tower, it's more expensive. But yeah, the dang, the dang. That's the French version. If you want to rent and I mean, the budget doesn't really exist, but let's say you want 2 rooms at a minimum, and you want to make sure that this is Paris center, but it's going to be like kind of wider. This is going to give you like a bit of an ID. This is all the flats that are available. This one is a 64 square meter flat, and it costs almost 3K a month. And based on the pictures, I know that this is a designer flat, and I know exactly where it is. And I probably know one of the people that lives close by. But um, it's a it's a nice flat. Um, mm, so that's a thing. For a flat of my size, and if I say that I want a max 25, which is crazy to think of, but a max of 25 square meter is going to be roughly 1,900-ish. There is one at 800-ish here, but that's like a far away, and it's a 13 square meters flat, which is crazy. So let's do a 20 to 25. That's very much like a good bracket. Most of the things are going to be kind of expensive. It's 13, like this is a 22 square meter for 1,300, 20 for 12, 24 for 19, 25 for 9,000. Pretty neat, but the layout looks like shit. And the kit though. Right there. No doors. All right. Why not? So, like, Paris is expensive, but then again, if you just broaden your search and you go somewhere around here or somewhere around here, you might find something that is like way bigger and way cheaper. And then, as I didn't mention, right now we have looked at the Tokyo related zones rather than the others. And like that's the thing. Is it gonna work? It doesn't. These ones, they have other flats in Osaka, which is a very, very much cheaper city overall. So you get things that are like 130 for double the surface of the one that you have in Tokyo for that same price, roughly, in that same company thing. So, like that's the thing that you can do as well. But nonetheless, like this one is a 40 square meters. I'm mostly like on Tokyo because they have the most the most value, the most things. If I do a 3 bedrooms, I don't know if we have too much, but yeah. Like nowadays, based on the current price of the yen, I can 100% get this one with no issues. This is let's say 3, like this is 1,600 a month. That's kind of cheap for what it is and where it is. And obviously we don't have a lot of fucking pictures of the inside because that building is just being built. But it's a pretty good thing. It's a pretty good thing nonetheless. But also, who the fuck wants 3 bedrooms? Not me. I don't want to have to clean all of that. So maybe I would say 2 bedrooms so that I can have a bit of a an office. Maybe. And these are going to be a bit more expensive. I'm sure that there are like others that are not as expensive as the 700. That's crazy. 700K is crazy for an 80 square meter flat. Yeah. The thing that is good is that in Japan, in some, specifically in Tokyo, in some buildings, they have the gym somewhere in the building. So the flat that I was in, one of the... Do I have the map? No. Can I do that? I can't do that. God damn it. The flat that I was really close to, which is... Let me walk through the city. This one. This one, which I've seen some listing for flats inside of it. They have a gym in the second floor, that is giving to the street. So you have like a very building gym, and then the gym that I used to go to is right here. So very close by, but nonetheless, you know, if I had my gym right here, I would go there, and my flat was right there. So, debatable. Debatable. But yeah, all that to say, it is feasible to get something that is kind of cheap with the white goods things that you talked about earlier. But yeah. Also, yeah, let me read this thing, because I read the beginning and then something else popped in my head, and then I went somewhere else. A lot of people want my app in open source and they think I could monetize there too. But I just looked up Logsac, which I've heard of, but I don't know exactly how it works. That's like the only other open source tool, and they still haven't profitable, and they even have 4 million in VCs. And you die. I see. There is this open source platform for finances and budgeting that I've seen a while ago, and obviously I forgot exactly how much it costs and how it is called. But so the system that they have is that they have a financial related app that you can run on their servers, and you can have on your device through the app stores, or they provide it for free as a self-hosting, self-managed, self-maintained thing as a GitHub. And so they are profitable-ish through the system of the people that are self-hosting are going to get it for free, but the people that are not, because they don't know how to do it and they don't want to bother with everything, are just going to like pay the price, which is the same thing as Superbase, and the same thing as other platforms that are just doing the same thing. So I guess you could do the same thing. But yeah, the self-hosted person are not customers. I don't know exactly what you could provide as a... Maybe this? Link, what's the name? I think I looked at it on my phone. Yeah, dang. Which is interesting. I really don't understand. Someone linked that on TikTok, because obviously I'm creating ban, and it's kind of the same thing, but this looks like shit. I don't care. But basically they have created this thing, which is a self-hosted option, which let me know if you understand. This is a self-hosted free version of what it is, but then when you scroll down, obviously I have so much to say about the fucking landing page, but it doesn't matter. Also, these phones don't exist. These are stretch phones. I don't know how you could let that happen, but whatever. They have something for support where you can pay $8 a month to have the entire thing, and it's hosted on their hands. $1 a month and it's hosted on their hands. Or you can get the self-hosted thing, but like that, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me. But then again, the self-hosted is going to be free, so it's not customer things. Going back to what I said, I don't know exactly what you could do specifically for you to like get something for the open source community to self-host but still make them pay as customers. So yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing. I get it. And yes, my NA10 implementation on my home lab is self-hosted running, and then my NA10 account is free on their own app, the web. But yeah, so just make the free version not exist and just sell product. Yeah. Oh, that sounds weird. Yeah, that is confusing. I'm not gonna lie, this is confusing indeed. Basically, you want the, not you, but like you as the the open source community, they want the thing to be accessible in terms of the code, so that they can see what it is. But then if they want to use the service, they either run through all the APIs and all the things themselves, which is probably going to cost them as much as you. And then you are selling the thing as a subscription so that you cover your cost for how much you are spending per user. And they don't have to do anything. But then because they are the open source community, some people will want to help you provide fixes and patch stuff. And like, yeah, and the last message is throwing me off even more. That the self-hosted product is actually something they need to pay for, but that doesn't make any sense with the thing being open source. Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. I agree. I am all with you right there. It makes no sense. I am confused. I am confused. I don't know if I saved this. I don't think I did, but we never know. Sometimes I do. I did not. I did not. This is not gonna help, but I think it's maybe finance. Yes, it is. This is now read-only, which is kind of wild, but then you can still download the entire zip. I don't remember exactly why it is actively maintained, but whatever. There was a final release thing that they said, and then I'm guessing that's the situation. But then this thing that I read a long time ago, yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah. That's basically what they had, if I do remember correctly. And so this whole thing was $50 a month. And before that, before they pivoted into a fully paid system, B2B system, they had this thing that I was on and then I just closed because I'm a dumbass. Apparently, that happens. They had this repo that was available so you can self-host the entire thing. So as of right this instant, from like last year, July, so almost 10 months ago, roughly, I'm gonna round it up, you had access to the entire thing. You can just still use that, and then you have the maybe finance things for free if you self-host and do the entire thing. But then you still need to go through the API thing that you need to pay for and so on. So I guess what they are asking you to do is provide the code so that they can host the system on their machines, but they pay you to manage the additional API cost. I feel like that's how I understand it. Doesn't mean that it's true, but that's how I understand it, which is they manage the hosting because they have like a server at home, but they don't want to take care of the whole system. And so you could provide a way to say self-hosted is everything minus like $2 a month or something, and you hosted is everything plus $2 a month ish. That's the thing. I don't know, but yeah, I mean that's weird. I am still confused. I am still confused. Going back to what I did here, I don't know if you were here last week and we talked about this. But this might be a very interesting thing for you as well right now to figure out exactly how much you want to charge. You know. So this thing, let me zoom in so that we have a bit of a bigger thing to see. Let's say you're using, like for authentication, you are using something like WorkOS or Clerk or whatever. You define your database to be something that is, I don't know, convex, if you wanted to. And then you have your hosting plan that is going through a VPS, which is your self-hosted thing. And so you make sure that the user set, or you set that to, let's say it's, I don't know, $12 a month. I don't know how much VPS are. And then on top of that, you need some cache and some storage because the storage is going to be the most important thing for you and for your product specifically. So let's say you're going with AWS for the sake of being pricey. And so once that's done and you have this entire thing set up and you know exactly how much your infrastructure cost is, your conversion rate and everything else doesn't really matter at this point. The only thing that you need to know is that your infrastructure cost at like 1 million paying users, with me it's like 7% overall, but you know, whatever. If you have a monthly growth of 50% and 20% of users that are paying, your million users is going to be like $2 a month roughly, or $2 a year at the plan that you want to have. And that covers your entire expenses with that amount of growth. But that's like growth, which is not necessarily how you want to see it. And so if you say that it is fine with you to have something that is $30 a month with no stairs, you're going to know exactly how much you're making per month, per paying users. So with me here, I have free users as well, which is something that I think I need a like kind of toggle, like free user exists or free user doesn't exist. But for now, it doesn't really matter. So at 100 paying users, that means that you have roughly 500 users in total. So 400 of them are free. And that is achieved based on the growth that is achieved in 9 months. And in that amount of time, you probably made $800, and your infrastructure cost is $1, $2 per total paying, roughly, because that covers the non-paying as well. And then roughly around here, Convex is kicking in terms of pricing. Roughly about here, Clerk is kicking in terms of pricing. So you pay $25 a month plus 2 cents per user. So the 3,000 user are 2 cents times 3,000. I don't know how much that is. But overall, like, you are in the green-ish so far. And yeah, like after 2 years, you're making 4 mil. But that's with a very, very, very
In the depths of darkest
probably never happening growth system. So conversion rate is usually along the line of 7% to 10%. So I usually go at 5. 5 is pretty cool. And then the growth, depending on how much
rebirth.
you are, I would say you probably have a 10% growth month over month. So that's gonna take a lot more time. And that means that your lowest price is gonna be $5, $4.50. But with that time, in 4 years, to reach your 100 users, 100 paying users, you are still making 4K. So you're making 1K a year. That's the calculation that I'm not displaying here. But you know, like that's you're making $160 per month. And then you're making 7 mil after 12 years. So, you know, I mean, I think you're fine. Sorry, 17, not 7. I can't count. But yeah, it's a slow growth. It's an option. It's a valid option. But then again, here I have decided and selected some of the most potentially pricey things. Maybe I'm not using any of that. Maybe the hosting is using Cloudflare. Pages, not really. That's not probably a thing for you. You probably get like a VPS for that, but nonetheless. Maybe you're not using Resend. Maybe you're using something else that is like the pro version of Resend. Maybe your storage section is Superbase, which is kind of wild, but I wouldn't do that. Cloudflare because it's cheaper. Maybe you need some monitoring that is Sentry because Sentry is good. Expensive, but good. And then for the payment, I'm still using Stripe here, so that's still something I need to fix. And caching is going to be Redis is good. Yeah. So you know that your lowest price possible at 1 million users is going to be $8 per year, which is extremely cheap already to be like at cost with your infrastructure cost. And so, you know, that's an option. But then again, in order to reach with that growth system, you are probably like gonna take a long time. So if you said that you already have 100 users at launch, that your growth is roughly 14% and that you have a 40% growth year over month in the beginning, because it's gonna, you know, like you kind of go fast because you have a lot of following and so on, specifically with the YouTube videos that could be really fast. And then your taxes are a bit higher, like 25%. Then in 5 months, you are making $300, $400. In 8, you are making 1K. So 8K, 1K in total in 8 months. And yeah, so you have 500 already. So you have 800 in total, I guess, and 300 downloaded on the app stores. So, yeah, you're making $100 in your first month based on the people that are paying, based on that amount of growth. And then you are reaching 2K in 5 months, which is not bad, to be honest. I am close to reaching 1K with all of the apps that I have after a year and a half. So that's pretty nice. But if that works for you, if that system works for you, and same here, I'm not like changing the price as I want it to change right here. Like my current price is going from $30 a month, sorry, $30 a year to $6 a year later on at 1 million. So, yeah. It's interesting. It's going to be pretty good. But yeah, that's a thing that you probably could use to figure out exactly how much things are going to cost you and probably get something out. I did the math for the pricing system that I did for Stony as well. I forgot exactly what I have, but I do have it. Also, thank you, appreciate. Just slip that in the middle of the conversation. For the decreasing pricing, what did I say for Stony to be the starting point? I think I said floor at, 750 at the floor was interesting, and then $100 per month in the beginning, and then it's 16 at 100, so there is a bit more floor in the bidding in the changing there. So that's $100 a month here, and the floor is 750. That's what I said for Stony specifically. With these values, by simply using Keycloak for the hosting, because I know that how much, like, that's what Stony used. The hosting, I don't know how much it is, so I think I said something along the line of like 250 or 120. That was the ID of $10 a month. The database is something that I don't know, but I think if I remember correctly, this is Cloudflare pages stuff system, like self-hosted, because your database is your server, so that doesn't really exist. But then the hosting is the Cloudflare pages for the domains, brain. Mailing, I don't know, but I'm gonna still use resend because it's fine. Then storage doesn't exist, the user thing, monitoring doesn't exist, same thing. So that was the whole stuff. And then keeping like a conservative growth, that means that let's say that on start you have 100 users, because I know that you have a lot of stars and so on. You are probably making 70K on your first 19 months at $100 per user, which means that the cost per user is 10 cent in infra cost. There is a lot of other thing that goes with it, but in about 2 years you're making 160K. In about 3 years you're making 500K saved. So that's without taking out anything and hoping for the best, and nothing needs to be like used. And by your 1 millionth paying users after 7 years, you've made 100 mil. And you reach your floor of 750 per month. It's crazy. This pricing system is such a good thing. Obviously, I'm happy with it. I built it, but it doesn't. You're still making a ton of money. It takes longer than regular apps, but you are fair with your users. basically, after a certain amount of time, you are less fair with your users, but they do understand why the price are going down. And again, like going from, I mean, based on what I have here, going from, why do you do that? From $100 a month to $80 a month after 50 paying users is a crazy move. And then from 80 to 69 for no reason in particular, when you reach 100 paying users, is like such a decremental thing that people are going to see as such a very impressive move from you of saying, well, in the beginning, the entirety of the infrastructure is costing a lot, so we need to cover all of that, and then it goes down. So it is, but I also feel like going back to the open source community, there is this community thing where dropping $100 for like the first months, if you think of it as a Kickstarter, because that's usually what it is, like the system is based on it. It's the stretch goals. So if you reach 100 paying users at $100, so you made like brain, you made 10K. That was complicated. So if you make 10K, every next user is gonna pay less. And if you have like such a big community and your paying user on your first month goes from 0 to 1,000, they all paid $100 for their first month, and the next month is $35. So it just goes down because the infrastructure cost is just like way less than expected. And then if these people are bringing on, I don't know, 10,000 users, 9,000 users on top of that, their prices for everyone from 1,000 to 10,000, as in the entire second month, is going from $35 to $20 a month. So in 2 months, you went from $100 per month to $20 a month, which is absolutely viable for a lot of people. And then if they figure out how that goes, then that adds like, I don't know, 99,000 people on top of that, and it goes down and on. And it's just like, it's a pretty impressive thing. Again, going back to what I did here, mine isn't on $100 per month. It's $30 per year, which is like $3 a month. And that's enough to cover the entirety of my infrastructure because I don't need to make money. That's not my point. But for $3 a month, people are like, oh yeah, fine. I'm fine with it. Like I don't really care. But like, that makes sense. So the system, to reiterate and explain the system and decrementing system that I have put in place and thought about for the past 10 years and want to put in place, and now I have it in ban, is if you have one user and you have an infrastructure that costs you $100 per month, that user need to pay $100 to cover the infrastructure cost. If you have two, they need to each pay 50. If you have 10, they all need to pay 10. If you have 100, they all need to pay 1. If you have 1,000, they all need to pay 10 cents. So instead of me making money, I'm making sure that the pricing is fair with the infrastructure cost. So I'm calculating the infrastructure cost here, which is giving me exactly what I need. And then based on that, I know that at the lowest tier possible, I will need basically to ensure that my users that are paying 45 cents per month in order to cover for 100 paying users and 1,000 free users in total. So you have 1,100 users in total. 100 of them are paying, and with that 100 paying per month, you are covering the entirety of your infrastructure. That's it. So you all break even. But since in the beginning you are priced higher, so if I have 100 people that are paying me $3 a month, I'm going to make $300 per month. So in the first year, or in the first 3 years on this one, I'm going to make 2K, which is very much nothing. I'm making like 100 and something per month, but that just covers the cost. And then the more the price drops, everyone pays less, everyone's happy. I'm still covering the cost of the infrastructure, and you know, the cost to operate doesn't go up. That's the thing. Like it might go up when you reach something like, I don't know, 50,000 users, 100,000 users, when you need to hire someone that is support related. But most of the things in the beginning can be automated, specifically now. And, like, that's the thing. Yeah, but emails is something that is automatable specifically now. Like, you have an NA10 automation with an AI chat on top of that. So let's say you are paying in addition an OpenAI for, I don't know, let's say it's 200 a month. That's not the case. Let's say it's 200 a month, right? For safety features. So that is going to take effect when it starts to be impossible to manage, which I'm guessing is going to be when you reach like 100,000 users ish. So by that point, you are spending $200 a month, which is $2,000 a year, if not a bit more. But based on how much you're making, you should be fine with the automation again. That's the same thing. So that's system works. But yeah, making people pay 100 a month is complicated unless the product that you're making is, yeah. That's the thing. The product gets better with time because I'm still working on it. The price goes down for everyone, so everyone's happy. I'm making more money because the price goes down and people are more willing to pay. And it's a fucking win all the times. The only times where it's not winning is if you have free users, which is my case. That's a bad idea. But if you have free users and people that just don't pay, they need to be covered by the paid users. So again, I'm going to reiterate on what it is because this is crazy. 45 cents per month covers 1,100 users in total. The 100 people that are paying are basically covering 4,000 free users. So if I wanted to spread that and not have free users and say, well, the product is at minimum $1 per month or $1 per year, like at the minimum, like that's fine. Yeah. If you have like a cost that is, let's say you will pay $50 a year or let's say $50 a year. No, I don't know how much it is for this GitHub. If it's yearly or not yearly, but let's say it's yearly and it's $50 a month. That's wild. I doubt it, but we never know. Let's say it costs you $45 a month. That way it's like rounded up and so on, whatever. That is counted in there. And as I think I mentioned that many times now, because I've been talking about this pricing model for a while. The reason why we have a price that is so high in the beginning, or so much like higher in total, is because these first higher prices are creating a buffer in case something happened. So after, I mean, here it's in with that conversion rate and growth period, which is not necessarily something that is good. And let's say you have like, I don't know, 1,000 users in the beginning from launch. It happens. At launch with 100 paying users, 500 users in total, so 600 in total, or 400 or free, whatever. The infrastructure cost is $90, and you are making 137, and therefore you will have zero in the banks. Usually, like right now, for me, I am in a deficit when it comes to the entirety of how much I'm paying. We have 90 users, and 2 of them are paying, so I'm on the roughly estimated $50 a month that I need to have. I'm only covering 6, therefore I am in the negative of 44 for this month. But I'm also in the negative of 1,300 because I've been working on it since the beginning, and even though it's like on and off, but not all the time, I have probably spent that much so far in GitHub Actions, as you said, cost of my AI assistants, the other things like my time, even though I don't factor it in on this one, the domain cost, the hosting, if there is one, and so on. The initial build thing. So I'm in the negative right now. But that monthly costs are based on whatever you define here. So for me, it's Clerk, Convex, Cloudflare buckets, and Worker, and Resend, and other things which are taking effect at specific level of user base, but not all the times. But yeah, you are in the negative in the beginning. That's for sure. And then you reach your first 1,000 users. Congrats. You've made $600. Congrats. That's something. You've reached your 3K users. You've made 1.7K. Usually you're pretty good. You can handle the support. You can do that by hand. I'm still doing it. Like my Perfume is 400, 500 users right now, I think. Not much. Not much at all. But much enough to... That's the wrong button. If I do lifetime, we have, 860 users in total, made $200, 3,000 downloads for Can, made $400. I am 100% comfortable with managing the support at that level of downloads, and same here. Like I receive DMs on TikTok maybe once a month, maybe a message that is directed toward me, like direct message on the feed that is telling me something is broken. I have someone, like a French guy, weird, that just contacted me on LinkedIn, asking me if this was my app, and I said yes, and he was like, "Oh, cool. How do you do the backend thing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't fucking know. I'm just a designer that built something that works, but I don't know how it works." And he was like, "Okay, cool." But like that's the type of thing that I have as in supports. And then I'm testing the apps and I'm using the apps on as active as I can. So that's fine. This is from November 2024, and this is from basically November 2025, October 2025. I think, I guess, I don't know. It depends. Yeah, October 2025. So not so long ago, 4,000 users, a bit less. Um, but I'm still fine when it comes to my support tickets and all the things that I'm receiving. And most of these things are just requiring me to work on it in um, burst of like 15 minutes to 3 hours, depending on how complex I want the thing to be. Like, for example, I'm currently working on Can to make it a bit better specifically for the dictionary. This is taking a lot more time than expected, but it's not taking me days. It's taking me like 5 hours here and there. So that's fine. So overall, like, again, going back to supports and marketing and other things, it's not taking in too much time, but it's still taking time. And so this is not what I wanted to do. So here at 3,000 users for Can, for example, I am still fine. I'm still absolutely fine. Nothing specific to say about. Like, everything is okay. Most of the money that I've made on Can directly, which is like the 400-ish bucks, are coming from people that bought the entire app. So that is 150, 180 bucks that coming in. So that's make a lot of sense. But they are not complaining. They bought the app and then they have the app and that's it. So that's interesting. But I'm guessing, again, 25,000 people. I shouldn't crowd under support tickets, at least not right now. I could start to crowd on the support tickets today and this week for Perfume specifically, because I sent an update that is potentially destructive and there is no fix for it. So if people have lost their perfume collection, their journaling things, I may have lost 300 users right now. I don't know. But maybe it's fine. And maybe I will have no issues with it. And the current 300 users are happy with the things, and therefore no support tickets to be made. Nonetheless, I'm still really low in the amount of people, and therefore I think up until like 25,000 users, I should be pretty fine based on Can being at 3K, almost 4, and having received like one massive email from someone that loves the app, recommended the app to the entire class of Japanese that he's in, and asking for like updates and so on. And then basically 5 days later, I sent a new update for him specifically based on his feedback, and he was really happy with the update. So, like that's the speed at which things go. Nonetheless, that was one person in a year and a half. Kinda. So overall, support, I'm kind of fine. Marketing is the most time-consuming things, yes. I am mostly doing TikToks, and that's the most time-consuming. But then again, the amount of time that I'm taking to build and like these videos are taking 30 seconds to record and maybe a minute to fix the caption, fix the things, and like that's it. Yeah, it's a different face when I'm that close to the camera. I feel like I look more like an egg here, but it's fine. So all of these are not necessarily like getting a lot of views, but are still getting some views. And then you have Cranner, hi, welcome in. You have this one that is currently making 100,000 views and is bringing a lot of people to Cannes, which is pretty interesting. I have this one that has like 4K specifically for band, and I have another one that has like 6,000, 7,000 for Japanese stuff, which is funneling through like the other Japanese related stuff. And because I have a new series of free Japanese resources for your Japanese language learning practices, I am plugging Can almost every 3 weeks, making sure that, like that's get in. It's not must, like not a lot of things. It's like 300 views. I have 23 likes, so maybe 23 people have taken a look at the app. I don't know, maybe. But this is the third one that I'm doing about Can. I'm doing this about all the other things that I find, so that it's just like not Can all the time. And that's the marketing that I'm doing. It's not much, but it's enough to showcase stuff. And the more videos I'm doing per day, the more potential I'm getting. So, sometimes. This is an old picture. This is like a 2013 picture. Same as this. This is not an old picture. This is a new picture, but still. Same vibe. You can see it in the background of the stream at times. It's far away in the background. Nonetheless, that's the marketing that I'm doing, which is like basically no marketing. So overall, the time that it takes me to build and sell might be like, I don't know. Marketing might be an hour, maybe 2 hours per week. And build might be, depending on what I'm working on, which right now I'm building this. So that's crazy. This one is a weird display move system. That's wild bracket. Like right now I'm not working on band because it's sustainable-ish. Like there is no need for new cards that I know of. And I just need to push this because this is really useful. And I think, same as what Jan was saying, like earlier of, where was it? You said that's really interesting. I always just guessed that part. Oh, that's the plan. Yeah, so also going back to what I kind of mentioned roughly in the beginning of the chats on this thing, you could, if you wanted to go with a Spotify model, you could do it. You could say that you started your subscription system at $6.99, or basically $7. Let's just do $7, and then today your subscription is like basically $20 a month if you go with the highest tier. So you have something that is growing with time. So you will be able to see that in the beginning you would be operating at a loss because you don't really have a choice. It's going to take a lot of time, and you're going to basically lose $600 in 3 years, which is nothing. And then you're going to gain $300 back in 3 more years, or in basically 6 months from there. And then after that, you're going to start making money at roughly 4 years. And then you're starting to make 2K, and then 8, and then 100, and then 7 mil after 8 years in total. And Spotify has been in business for so long that they've made way more than this because their pricing is so much more aggressive than this. But they have probably like operated at a loss in the beginning and then bumped the price up, which I would not recommend, but this system kind of works as well. You can see how much and how things could work by bumping the price up every X amount of time for X amount of users. like, you know, it's an option. Not necessarily a good option, but it's an option. So that's the thing. And then going back to what I said in the beginning, the current pricing for me is going from $30 a month, $30 a year to $6 a year, because I want something to be 50 cents per month in the grand scheme of things. But if during the first phase I figured that I need to make this thing $7 a month or $7 a year to be sustainable, or I need to ensure that my monthly system is as low as $1 a month, because I don't really have a choice. It's like that's the minimum that I can do, and therefore I need to start like 3 a month, and then it goes down as low as 1 a month to make sure that I'm sustainable. That's something that I can change, and be more sustainable for longer or faster based on how much I need the things to grow. So that's a good calculator for me. Right now, for example, because I'm using things like Cloudflare and Convex, there is a lot less price discrepancy. But yeah, it's a potential thing. Like this one at this price range, I would be making $1K per year in the beginning to reach like my first 1,000 users. I'm kind of fine with that. I don't mind. Like 1,000 users in 1K per year, it's not much, but it's something. Eh. But yeah, no, that's the thing. So I guess, yeah, and to go back to your regular thing, for you to get the open source community to be happy with what you're providing, I think you need to allow them to self-host, but then allow them to pay you a subscription to manage the entirety of the thing. So they self-host the system, they own the data, but the entirety of the sub-level infrastructure cost that you have would go through.
TG_Khalil raided my stream with 16 viewers.
Okay, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask, as always. Take all, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? We are currently chatting pricing and monetization in the long term, because I built something that is pretty cool.
TG_Khalil
yeah.
just resubscribed for 48 months. We doing
Today's the
decent.
day.
Hope you doing good too.
Today's the day of the resubs. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. 48 months is a long time. Yeah. I'm still a designer, so math is complicated, but goddamn, that's a long time. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Goddamn. Goddamn. That is long. That is long. Welcome on in. I hope the stream was good, as always. We're currently talking about this section, which I just built for band specifically, where, and I mean, that link is good enough, where you can see how much things could cost if you are using the specific values, infrastructure cost, and so on. So, yeah. It's neat. It's useful. We like it. Have a good raid and run. For those of you house as well that needs to raid and run, please do so. If you need to raid and stay, that's appreciated. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always, but you know, I'm just old. That happens. So yeah, we have someone in chat, Yan, that is conflicted with the community that is the target audience of his product, and the community in question is requiring the product to be self-hostable, but paid, and it makes no sense. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. Yes. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I have the solution. I have the solution if you're still lurking. Uh I think your system needs to be self-hosted plus bring your own key or subscription. So basically you say you can self-host so that you have your custom domain, you have your database, you have your own stuff, but then it's bring your own key for anything else that is related to the other services that are within the self-hosted service. That's so weird. So you end up with I don't know if you have something like um uh, an AI assistant in there, you know, and it's bring your own key with your OpenAI key. But then if you don't want to bring your own key because you don't have an OpenAI key, you go through a subscription that is going to cost you more than if you had an OpenAI key, but you are hitting the cost somehow. So your OpenAI API cost is probably going to be, again, $200 a month. That's, you know, OpenAI is fucking expensive. And your inference is probably going to be a bit more than that. So you end up with a charge per user that is paying that is divided by the amount of your OpenAI key. So maybe the price is going to be, I don't know, $20 a month. Or they bring their own key and they pay their inference on their own key and it's fine. And maybe you have another system or another services that is within the app, as in, I don't know, maybe you have the weather. I don't know, wild thing. And the weather is a specific key that you do have, and it costs you $5 a month. And that compound on top of the OpenAI key for your pricing. And then you can have like, I don't know, 5 other things. And so to avoid the users to have to bring 5 different keys, you provide the ability to say, or you can just subscribe for X amount per month, and that covers everything except the hosting because you self-host. I think that's the way to do so. But yeah, that might be the way. That might be the best way for you to get the open source community to be happy with something that is self-hostable and paid, which makes no sense when you say it out loud, but I mean, it sounds like an option, so maybe good. It may be good. Um, but yeah, like that's I guess that's the best option. Um, other than that, I don't think you have another option. Other than just fuck off with the self-hosted, and it's just not self-hosted, and that's fine. You know, like that's a viable option as well. Um, yeah. um, mhm. Yeah, I mean that's just storage thing. Um, but I don't know. That's a wild thing to say. Um, eh, eh. apps, mm, apps to get. Well, come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Well, thank you for chatting. I'm doing pretty good. Do you know how much a senior dev architect should earn in your city? I'm trying to find native salaries for Salesforce. That's crazy. Have you looked at... You probably have. Salary.fy and B, I think. Have a good phone time. Have a good phone time. Yeah, have you checked this? Because if you're looking for the, you said senior dev architect, that's a very high thing. So let's say manager is going to be the options, but most importantly, we're going to have like L level, whatever, for architecture. So do we have, I mean, engineer is the same thing, but at this point in time, I'm guessing it's probably going to be an L2. System engineer, probably more aligned with what you're looking for. And so in here, which is France, sadly, the median is going to be 44K, which is kind of not much. But then at Amazon, for someone that has 15 years of experience, which I guess is more aligned with what you were looking for, is 140K in euros. So that's roughly $180 if you are in dollars. Then I don't know. So that's something. Yeah, but France is really low. I'm not gonna lie. France is extremely low. Like my US base salary is 240 right now, and my French salary is 80. So that's a bit of a difference. But I'm a designer with 20 years of experience, so that's a bit of a different thing. It's not necessarily like dev and an engineering stack. It's like kind of different. So again, depending on the location, that's gonna change so much. If I go in Tokyo, which is my other place, the system engineer in Tokyo is gonna be like 38K. So 38K is 7 million, I think. Yep. On point. 7 mil. 7 mil a year in yen is viable. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. But you could make way more. And so software engineer is like 16K with 3 years of experience. 7 years is like 44. So that's not the greatest. There is more underneath, but I need to just log in, and I'm not logged in right now. Also, Droppy, hi, come on in. How are you? So, you know, like that's a thing. I'm guessing if we go into the machine learning and other AI related stuff, the probability of these ones being a bit higher in terms of pricing and salary is going to be here. But then like smart news for 11 years of experience, 2 years at the company, 84K, which is like pretty high for what they are doing. So 84 is gonna be, yeah, 15 mil. 15 mil is, yeah, it's pretty accurate to what I'm expecting regarding what I'm currently requesting when I'm moving to Japan, and as a salary there, I'm requesting 12 mil or 10 mil. So it's like 50 to 60K roughly in euros, which is 70K in dollars, roughly. Not much. But that's great for Tokyo. Like Tokyo is really fine with these prices. So, but yeah, levels of FYI is really useful for that. And there is another one which obviously I forgot because it's that time of day. I'm now unplugged. What's the name? What's the name of this thing?
Abster Get 7 is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. You're in Argentina. Well, your current currency is. I'm sorry. um, yeah, yeah. We have other people from Argentina in here. I will remind you the same thing that I have reminded other people that are from Argentina that have been in this stream. With you don't need to tell them exactly where you live if you're working remotely. You can say that you are aligned with the time zone. So, like you could say that roughly you are New York time zone, kinda. And you just said that, well, yeah, I'm in New York. Like I'm based in New York. I'm based in New York, and I'm doing this work there, and so on. And I moved there last year, and the company is in California, so they expect a bit of a delay based on the two, but they are paying you in New York through like your bank account or something. It could work. It could work. It's a bit more complex when you are like with a bank account that is not necessarily like from the US. And I forgot how much restriction you currently have with opening bank accounts overseas for Argentina. I feel like you can't really do that. I mean, you can, but not necessarily legally. But just taking a flight, getting a vacation for like a month, getting a place, and then you just open a bank account there with an online only bank account, and then people can pay you within your online only bank account in the US. Legally speaking, not so good. Technically speaking, why not? But not so good. But why not? So, hey, a bit of a vacation. A bit of a vacation, maybe. Maybe. It works. The most important thing, specifically for the US, when you are working with the US, is either giving them places that are on par with the currency, or telling them that you are close by. So if you are like from Canada, for example, it's good. Maybe he was in France from Argentina. Like some people have moved from Argentina to Italy, to France, to Portugal, to other places. That could work as well. I know that a lot of Argentinians have like the will and the wants to move out of the country to be like in places that have better pay, better services, better things compared to the current state of Argentina right this instant. But it's complicated and I get it. But if you have the means, if you can do that, if you can take like 3 months off vacation to relocate somewhere and then find a job somewhere else, like it could be something. Could be a very Simple thing. As always, as I think I've said that before, but if you're here and for some reason you just you go on a vacation in Paraguay and then you come back. Then you go back on a vacation in Paraguay and then Bolivia, and then you come back. And then you say, oh, I really want to try Brazil because I haven't been there in a while. You go in Brazil and then you go in French Guiana and then you are from France to France. Eh. You know, like that's French. Um, and you then go from France here to France there, and you can potentially find a job right there. But you're just on a vacation. It's a long vacation, but you never know. Um, but yeah, I know how complicated it might be. And so to get like the salaries and the thing that you want to get, specifically if you have the skills, then it is harder for you to sell yourself based on your location, and I hate that, and I'm sorry about it. I can't do much about it, but like the only thing that you can do is either relocate yourself, or find a company that is like willing to pay you a fair rate, which is complicated, I know, because the amount of money that is coming in from, if it's specifically, if I remember correctly, if it's like USD that you are paid in, you are basically getting 50% cut by the government that is taking 50% of what you're making in USD, and then you need to pay your taxes on the income that you're getting. So you're basically like getting nothing, even if you are paid like a lot, which is bad. But if you're getting something that is you having the ability to move somewhere else because you have the skills, and you find a company that is willing to help you relocate, which I highly recommend, that might change your life. And that might not be something that is in Europe or in the US. It might be like you moving to Mexico. It's not that far off. It's a bit more hot of a climate, even though you are kind of hot right there. But it might be a bit better for you overall. It might be something like South Africa, or some of the, like, I mean, Qatar and so on are kind of complicated to get into unless you are a specific type of person that already has money, but that's an option. I know. I know you're on the crypto thing in Argentina. I do remember that. But yeah, it's really bad. I'm sorry about it. But maybe you want to go to New Zealand. Really good place. Really nice. As good as Australia without the bugs. I recommend it. So if you have the skills, I've been trying to do that for a lot of people. If you have the skills and you can sell yourself and you have the ability to speak the language of the country that you're targeting, so if English is fine with you and you speak it pretty well and you can get by and you can do the thing that you need to do in order to stay alive and remain active, look for a job that is like in New Zealand, that is in Australia, that in the Philippines, maybe that might be a bit complicated, but why not? But potentially just moving around is a probable option that just will make sense and allow you to get paid what's your worth based on where you live now compared to Argentina, which I think is a better option. But yeah, I get it. Specifically, if you have like a family, friends, a house in Argentina, and things that you need to pay for, I can't. I get it. I get it. But yeah, like that's an option. Levels is really, really useful. Going to be really useful in the long term for you to check. You could uh, potentially see some of the like amount of money that you're supposed to be paid. Um, like one person is getting paid 80K in Argentina apparently, with 4 years of experience and 0 years in the company, so they just entered. And that person has 5 years of experience in getting paid 46K, which different companies, different pricing. But I also understand how complicated it might be to get a software engineer jobs in Argentina right now. Unless it's blockchain related to some of the crypto that you are getting paid in, I get it. Might be highly complicated. So, yeah, options, options, options. Yeah, that's what I do. I help people. Whatever your question is, if I can help, I help. That is the goal of the stream. Usually we're talking about design, but if I have the knowledge, why would I not help? You know, it doesn't sound good to me to know exactly how to potentially help and not and not just that. Just saying, well, yeah, I can help you, but no, fuck off. Ah, doesn't sit right with me. Doesn't sit right with me. Have never. I've never done that. So yeah. Yeah, and if you are not on the phone, tell me if you haven't heard what I said before. I don't know. I don't know where you are. One of the good thing as well, going back to the usual discussion of Clerk, the system that I have in that calculation page is using the previous pricing of Clerk, which is 10,000 monthly active users, and then $25 plus 2 cents per user that is active after the 10,000. So the first 10,000, to what I'm at 10,001, I'm paying 25.2 cent, 0.02 cent per month. That's the pricing. The thing is, which is good, a clerk has decided something really cool. They said, you know what? 10,000 is low. We are now at 50,000. So my 50,001 user is making me pay $20 a month plus 2 cents. So 20.02 cent per month. When I'm paying annually, obviously. Otherwise, it's like 25. But nonetheless. So with that new 50,000, my current calculation is kind of skewed because this pricing goes into effect here, when in reality, I'm paying Clerk for the first time here at 70,000 users in total. So that's impressive. I need to change that because that's a good news, and it's basically the same thing. The reason why we are at $25 by default is we are roughly estimating that 1,000 users, active user, in Convex is roughly equal to the 1 million transaction, 1 million calls per month, roughly. But then again, that might not be the case. You might have a product that is like mine and that doesn't have that much. So, as I mentioned, I have a ton more leeway than a regular pricing model for a regular product because Clerk is monthly recurring users or monthly active users, meaning that if a user come in on Monday and then doesn't come back on Tuesday, they don't count. And if they don't come back on Wednesday, they don't count. They are still logged in, they are still in the system, but they don't count for the months. And then if they come back the next month, they count for the next months because they are now a recurring user, but they were not counted in the previous months, meaning that there is a probability of, specifically with ban, of being a product that is a profile, personal profile, where you come in, you do your thing, you define your entire profile as you want it to be. And then once you're done with it, you're done with it. And maybe 2 months later, you come back and you create like a case study and you say, well, I need a case study for something. And then once your case study is done, maybe you don't need a case study for the next 2 months. So you don't count for the next 2 months of the billing, meaning that your user base of monthly recurring users might go down. So that's a good thing for me, meaning that my 50,000 users, goddamn, of recurring monthly active revenues, monthly active users, is going to fluctuate for sure based on the project hype. And then based on that same thing, one user might come in as a free user or as a paid user and create, I don't know, 15 to 20 cards. So that's like 20 calls. And then combine some of the things, reorganize their cards here and there, like make sure that this is here and so on, and then stop. And they may do 500 requests, 400 requests for convex, which is not much. And so if I have like 1,000 users that is doing 400 requests, then that's 4 million. That's 400,000. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Math is complicated. That's a lot of requests, but it's not a million requests anyways. So, you know, it could be that easy. It's just 40,000 requests. Nonetheless, it's that easy. Or 400,000. So I'm still like halfway through my convex stuff with 1,000 users. And I might be just in the free tier still because users are coming in once. And then once they're done, their profile is just hosted. And that's it. And they don't count as recurring users. And they don't count as active users in terms of the query counts on convex. So we end up with something that is extremely viable in the long term, and that's the only reason why my pricing system might work in the long run, just because some users will not. But then again, Clerk is the most price-consuming thing that I will have, the most expensive thing in the stack. And then there is also Stripe for the payment system. But if I decide at 40,000 active monthly user to move to next auth on the VPS, that cost me $5 a month. Then my cost is going to be $5. And that's it. So that's not much. And then maybe the thing of currently convex, I'm switching that to a new Firebase or a new like self-hosted thing as well, which is going into my self-hosting. So I'm just bumping this one to $12 a month. And then my infrastructure cost is going to be $32 in total, and that's it. And it's going to remain $32 forever. So every penny coming in is cheaper. And if I remain at $6 per year, I'm making $4 million in 8 years. I doubt it. I doubt it. Will never happen. But we never know. So that's the beauty of this. Um, as always, the system is just meant to decrease with time based on the user base and the active user base, so that you don't make your users pay too much, and you end up with a happy user, happy you, happy infrastructure cost, and it's neat. All of that good. All of that good. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. That is crazy. I was expecting Cat to be live, but Cat is not live. What the fuck are you doing, Cat? Why are you not? I thought, but no. We have Ice Bear Bear, which we have never seen before. Adam's live. This one, but that's crazy. I'm not sending you to someone that is currently sleeping. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Eliza is live. I guess bald-bearded builder is the place to go right now. That is the destination in which we are going. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. We're going there. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. We're rating Bob. Bald Bob. Bearded builder. If you have a question and I'm not live, please join the Discord so that you can ask the question. Remember that there will be no no stream on Wednesday. Gaurav, thanks a lot for being on YouTube. I appreciate it. If you want to start streaming, we can chat about it next time. It's pretty simple. The best recommendation is get a good mic. That's it. No camera necessary, and just a good mic so that people can hear you. That's all you need. And then be cool. Be cool. It's going to be fine. Thanks a lot also for following me on Twitter. I saw you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, as always, if you have a perfume collection, use perfume. If you have a list of licks, use ban. And if you want to learn Japanese, use can. But yeah, join me for the raid. As always, it's going to be highly appreciated. No stream on Wednesday, even though it's written right here. And I also forgot to change the fucking number again. So it's going to be stream 23 next time. I'm going to forget again. Don't worry about it. But yeah, going to be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Very soon. Anyways, take care. Bye.